Okay.
I used to
I'm in.
get occasional emails when I was the chair, but I don't get that anymore either.
Audio is muted and my volume is down. We are on the air.
It is what it is.
Recording. Are you ready?
We can do it. It does.
And it's so frustrating.
It does. Oh my, just quite a crowd.
Oh my computer has been crashed.
It's okay.
Oh my God. So
They didn't choose to come.
everything will stay.
Well,
Not that
my
bad.
computer.
Recording in progress.
Still inviting people. Just want to make sure you're doing it and I don't have to do it.
Blocks people. Put it here.
Good evening, everyone. It is 6:31 p.m. on Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. I am Brian Leighton, the chair of the school committee. I am calling the school committee meeting to order. The first item in the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could please rise. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comment. I will open up to public comment from the public. If you're on Zoom, you can raise your virtual hand. If you're in person, you can come up to the microphone.
Good evening. It's Mary Foyle, 985 Flat Hill Road, but I'm actually here as the president of the Lunenburg Education Association, representing the staff who do an excellent job in our schools. I'm commenting over comments made at, let's say, the last school committee meeting, but you had a few. So I think it was on the 22nd, especially from Mr. Beardmore in regards to what is happening in Lunenburg classrooms. I would usually do this on a one-on-one conversation or email, but because the comments were public and recorded, I feel like my comments have to be public and recorded. I'm going to start off with two stories or adages. Because everyone went to school, I heard this once upon a time that everyone feels like they know how school is run. I've stayed in a hospital. It doesn't mean I know how a hospital is run or how patients should be treated. And I saw this other thing on a little, probably Reader's Digest thing about elementary school teachers. It was something like, I'll believe 10% of what they tell you, tell me what happens at home, if you believe 10% of what they tell me, you tell them happens at school. So I'm concerned over some of the comments that were made in regards to specifically the essential classes and high school gym. And what struck me was that the comments were, in my opinion, disparaging to the teaching professionals and also to the students and families who are involved in those classes. And though the words or what the words meant may not have been intentional, comments like, I failed to see what a varsity coach cannot cover that a gym class would, or that high school gym class is not time well spent. I was insulted on behalf of my peers. What bothered me more is those comments were more opinion and read as assumptions and assertions, as leaving staff to disprove them instead of seeking for knowledge. Our educators have master's degrees, do coursework beyond that degree, professional development a lot on their own time and dollars, and I could go on with what they do to stay highly skilled professionals. To quote Margaret Wheatley in one of my favorite pieces, my seniors just finished reading, Willing to be Disturbed, we have the opportunity many times a day, every day, to be the one who listens to others, curious rather than certain. I hope that we can all practice seeking to understand, being cognizant of the potential impact of our words, and approach issues from a place of curiosity instead of certainty. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, if you're on Zoom, you can raise your virtual hand or you can turn on your video and raise your hand as well. Welcome.
Okay. Hi.
Good evening. Julia Callahan, 24 Beale Street. For those that don't know me, I teach in and am head of the English department at Lunenburg High School. I, like Ms. Voyle, am here tonight to respond to some discussion that occurred at the school committee meeting on January 22nd. At that meeting, LMHS principal, Mr. Tim Santry, presented the newly developed competency determination that had to be created with the change in MCAS legislation. After his presentation, the school committee members were invited to ask questions. At that time, one member of the school committee, Mr. Beardmore, said the following, quote, "Let's focus on the essentials level for, let's say, ninth grade English. What is the standard, and how do we determine the standard for ninth grade English? When I went to high school, everyone knew if you needed to pass world history, you would take this particular teacher because he walked out of the room when he gave a test. That was the standard practice. Not to pile on, but I don't want that to happen. How do we ensure that there is a minimum standard for each of these essentials level classes?" End quote. Mr. Beardmore continued to qualify essentials levels classes as paths of lesser resistance, and then asked, final quote, "How am I to be 100% sure that the student is demonstrating knowledge of that curriculum?" While Mr. Santry provided a sound response to these questions, I felt compelled to respond as well. As the English department head and as the teacher of the Essentials Level English 1 course, I'm here to inform the school committee, the town, and students who watch these meetings as part of their civics coursework that students at all levels, essentials, college prep, honors, advanced placement, are being assessed on the standards outlined in the Massachusetts ELA curriculum framework. Depending on level, the curriculum may be at a different pace with different accommodations and supports, but each student in an English class at Lunenburg High School is being held to that curricular standard. There are no teachers leaving classrooms to allow students the opportunity to be academically dishonest on exams or on other assessments. To be clear, the essentials level courses are in no means a path of lesser resistance for our students. Rather, they are supported and challenging classroom environments that allow students access to a curriculum that might otherwise pose challenges given their learning needs. In closing, while I take umbrage with the assertion that any teacher in my department may be giving students the opportunity to be academically dishonest, it is far more unsettling to hear a claim that we are offering some sort of path of least resistance to our learners. Students come into our classrooms at all levels with a diverse set of skills, abilities, strengths, and areas for growth. Far be it from any one of us to suggest that any Lunenburg High School student at any level is getting anything but academically sound support to help them succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment from the public? If you're on Zoom, we have just over 50 people on Zoom. If anyone has a public comment, you can raise your hand or raise your virtual hand. All right, seeing none, I'll open it up to public comment from the committee. Mr. Scullenbrady.
I just want to thank both Mary and Julia for coming forward and providing context to things that we talked about in the last meeting. I know that the best thing, the worst thing, and the most true thing that I can say about my knowledge of school is that I don't know certain things. And I think that and I totally understand Peter's perspective from an anecdotal point of view when he was here. But as Mary said, I don't think that going to school makes us experts in teaching school. I'm also remembering back to what Mr. Santry said, and he said something to the effect of, as a special educator, I object to the idea that they're not doing the same work. And so we should always be cognizant of what we don't know. And I'm glad that you guys were willing to share with us how it really works. And I hope you know that the things that you say don't go ignored, and the things that you educate us on, even though we are not your students, are still really important. So thank you for making your comments.
Thank you. Mr. Beardmore.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I had a different public comment planned for tonight, but I feel compelled to respond to the comments that were made this evening. A bit of context. First, as I outlined during public comment at our last meeting, the documents that I received that we reviewed that evening, I did not have the opportunity to pre-read. Secondly, I want to apologize for my choice of words. They were poor. Further context. I don't think there's anybody else sitting here that's been a bigger cheerleader for the faculty and staff of the Lunenburg Public Schools over the course of their term on the school committee, their life as a parent, or their entire life here in Lunenburg. And I resent not having heard any of these comments until this evening, precisely 2 weeks after those comments were made. You could have come to me and you could have brought them to my attention. Frankly, I would have preferred that you would have brought them to my attention so that I could have addressed them with you personally, and you could perhaps have addressed those with your union members over the course of the last 2 weeks, rather than potentially having let them fester. That said, there's different types of discourse. You've outlined an inquisitive discourse tonight, and I think that there's a time and a place for that. I have made several inquiries over the course of the last 2 years pertaining to phys ed, and have not gotten a straight answer. Last week, for the first time, 2 weeks ago, excuse me, for the first time ever, I got the beginning of a comprehensive explanation for what the guidelines were and how we intend to go about addressing them. And the dialogue that occurred that night was a two-way dialogue. And I, again, apologizing for my choice of words, took a provocative stance in an effort to understand. And I think that our educators can understand that sometimes that's what you do in an effort to understand. And that applies to both topics. The standards, the MCAS standards, and how we are serving to address our standards given what has occurred over the course of the last several months, as well as our application of the physical education guidelines, and my specific request to look at the possibility of waiving physical education requirements for varsity athletes. And while I appreciate the answers that I was given, I still don't think, sitting here today, that I have received the level of answer to any of those questions that I asked. So I think there's more to do here. There's more to learn. And I'm looking forward to that dialogue and that narrative. I also want to add one additional piece of context here, which is there is a large contingent of our society that does not trust our educational system or teachers in general. I am not a part of that. But there is a large contingent of our society who have those strong reservations and suspicions. And I think that it is incumbent upon us, when we are faced with approving proposals around standards, to take those issues head on and to be a little bit provocative and to ask uncomfortable questions. And I see it as somewhat my role to do those things. So again, I apologize for my choice of words. It was not my intention to offend anybody, and I'm very sorry that I did. That being said, I don't necessarily think that I can tell you that it won't happen again, because y'all know me. I do want to offer additional public comment. I apologize for the amount of time I'm taking tonight. But I think that this is important because tonight we are going to hear a budget proposal. And the news is not good. In fact, it's really bad. And there is going to be an outcry following this news. And we will discuss as a committee opportunities for feedback and for discourse and dialogue about some proposed cuts that are coming. But I would like to offer to everybody, first in your mind, You are always welcome to contact me or any other member of the school committee, either individually or in public. Please also contact your state legislator, Representative Kushmarek, Representative Scarsdale, and Senator Cronin. And I can tell you that I personally have been in an email dialogue with them. The chair has been copied for now over 2 months. I have pushed, I have prodded, I have chastised them a little bit for their unwillingness to come and meet with us in person. They have assured me that they are aware of the issue and are working on it, but not one of them filed a bill that made specific proposals relating to Chapter 70. Not one of them can offer a timeline by which this issue and set of issues will be addressed. I appreciate their goodwill and their intentions, but this issue has been on the table for 2 years. We discussed it publicly in a meeting, in a joint meeting here in November of 2023. That was 16 months ago, one full budget cycle ago. We passed an override last year to deal with these budget issues. We expended an awful lot of time and political capital to do that. And our partners at the state are not filling their end of the bargain. And I would implore members of our audience tonight to directly contact our legislators and inquire as to when and how this problem will be solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment, public comment from the committee? All right, seeing none. Next item on the agenda is the chair's report. I have one thing. We have over 60 people watching this meeting. I want everyone to know the date and put it in your calendar, March 10th. Monday, March 10th at 7 p.m. in the Lunenburg Middle High School auditorium is the Citizens Party Caucus. Back in 2022, myself and Carol Archambault sat there and were nominated for the school committee, and that allowed us to get onto the ballot. If you are interested in running for the school committee, we need good people. Carol has announced that she is not running again. There is a seat available. If you would like to get on the ballot, you need to show up to the caucus on Monday, March 10th, 7 p.m. in the Lunenburg Middle High School auditorium. Bring a friend to nominate you and get on the ballot to run for school committee. There is also a seat available on the select board, and we could always use a supporter of the public schools, an additional supporter of the public schools on the select board as well. So consider it. Again, put it in your calendar. Monday, March 10th, 7 p.m., Lunenburg Middle High School, Citizens Party Caucus. Thank you. That's all I had. Next item on the agenda is the student representatives report.
Coming up is February break from February 17th to the 21st. The PTO held the special someone dance last Saturday, February 1st. It went very well. For Turkey Hill Elementary School, MCAS testing is starting March 31st through May 9th. That is for grades 3 and up, I believe. The Lions Club is taking recycling at the Lunenburg Middle High School lobby for their Recycle Challenge. There's 84 students registered for the Washington, D.C. trip. And NHS has started offering peer tutoring for students grades 6 through 12. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is review and approve minutes. You should have the minutes from January 8th, 2025 and January 17th, 2025 in your folder. Are there any questions, comments, or corrections? Seeing none, I'll look for a motion.
I can move to approve the minutes of the January 8th and January 17th meetings.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstain? Thank you. The motion passes. Next item on the agenda is to review and approve line item transfers, warrants, and donations. The warrants from January 21st, 2025 to January 31st, 2025 totaled $159,787.33.
Where are the warrants from 12/19/24 to 1/21/25?
Dr. Burnham, are you aware of?
Going back into the other folders. No, it looks like there were no warrants added to the last meeting. Yeah, until this one popped up today. The last time we had warrants in the meeting packet was the January 8th meeting, so I'll make sure that those are added to the next meeting for your review. Okay, yeah, January 8th warrants go through the 19th of December.
All right. Do we have any line item transfers or donations?
We do not.
Okay. All right, moving on. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report.
We'll keep this very brief. We have a rather lengthy agenda. Brief update relative to the 911 phone upgrades. As I've made you aware, we had to incur a cost for additional cabling at the Turkey Hill Elementary for that project to be completed. The additional cost was almost $60,000. We have had conversations with the interim town manager over the last several months. We had attempted at one point to see if we were eligible for the ARPA money, but because the project had been completed, it was not appropriate. We looked to see if there was any remaining unexpended funds from other projects in that same fiscal year, enough to offset, and there were not. So last week, Dr. Gilson and I had a meeting with the interim town manager, and we discussed this again, and he agreed and recommended that we should approach the Finance Committee with the request to see if they would cover this expense with their emergency facility account. So we will be going to the Finance Committee on the 13th, next week, and the interim town manager did send a memo to the chair of the Finance Committee to make them aware that he was in full support after we looked for other avenues for funds to offset that. So next Thursday night, Finance Committee, we'll let you know how that turns out. Calendar reminders. The next regular scheduled meeting of the school committee is February 26th at 6:30. It's a hybrid meeting from the middle high school. And March 5th, 6:30, hybrid from Town Hall. And a reminder that on Monday, February 17th, schools and school offices will be closed for President's Day, and all schools will be closed for the entire week that week for the February vacation. And that's all I have for you.
Thank you. What questions or comments do the committee members have?
Where are we for a facilities director?
We are checking references at this point on, we had two finalists that we were checking references on, and we were notified, maybe it was Monday, one of the finalists has withdrawn.
Okay. Can we put on the agenda for next meeting to figure out what we're going to do if we don't have a facilities director by next meeting? Because I feel like we're constantly in the we're interviewing phase.
And I think at some point, especially now that we're in the budget discussion, we need to have we need to talk about what to do if we don't find someone.
Any other questions or comments?
Just a quick question for Dr. Burnham. Are the schools and the gyms going to be open during school vacation?
They aren't going to be open for public use, but athletics does continue through the vacation week, so students will be in and out of the
So
high
will, like,
school building.
Town athletics continue then too?
I can double check on that, but usually, it's happened both ways in the past, where
Like
some
this year,
of the Saturdays are canceled,
Okay.
and other years they have continued with their regular schedule.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Next item on the agenda. We do not have a presentation. Next item is new business action item, grant approval.
I'd invite Dr. Bookus to the microphone.
Good evening. In your packet, I believe there was a memo about a new grant that would help support science teaching at the Turkey Hill Elementary School. It's a grant that is being proposed by the Mass Life Science Center, and this would help us implement the Open SciEd science program, which is one of the programs that's been created by the Department of Ed with universities, and it is aligned to the new, the science standards, but also in anticipation of the new science test that is going to be piloted this year and next year, and then all students will be taking it in 2027, and it will count as part of the MCAS assessment. Mr. Yvonne is here as well. We have spoken to all of the teachers. The teachers are also excited about this idea. We also have teacher leaders at each of those grade levels. And so this would, with your approval, we would go ahead and apply for this grant.
What questions or comments do the committee members have?
I just have, first, I have a comment that thank you for looking for grants and finding ways to help fund things. This is life science centers, and of course, that's not the only topics in the science area, but this will shore up specifically life sciences.
Sure. For each of the grade levels, there are 4 units. 1 or 2 are around life science. So in 3rd grade, there are 2 life science, 1 physical science, 1 earth science. In 5th, 4th grade, I believe there's 2 earth science, 1 life, 1 physical,
Right.
et cetera. So this would shore up the life science units, and then we would use some of our curriculum adoption line for next year as well to be able to put some of the other kits together and print some of the materials. This is an open source curriculum, which means that it is free. Anyone can access it online. Of course, there are always printing costs, so you can either print them yourselves or you can have a printing company do it for you. The kit lists are there. You can assemble the kits yourselves, or you can buy the ready-made kits. So either way, we can put this together. This would just give us a head start and have some funding to go ahead with the materials as well as some professional development.
Thank you.
Mr. Beardmore?
Thank you for bringing this to us. Does this grant obligate us to anything that we would, or would the award of this grant obligate us to anything that we are not already committed to doing?
No, it would just give us a head start in being able to get the materials in a quicker way and get some other professional development outside of the free professional development that we're attending this spring to do a train-the-trainer model.
The reason why I ask is, as I know you know, sometimes grants do come with strings, and they they lead you down the path of being committed to do things that you wouldn't otherwise do had you not received the grant. For this type of grant, and I offer this as a comment to the broader committee, this seems like a no-brainer, right? Like, of course we should do this because it adds value to what we're already doing and does not require us to do anything that we wouldn't otherwise do. And in that circumstance, I wonder if in the future we even need to make, to take action or approve these kinds of things. Like, we should empower our staff and our leadership to just do it.
Statutorily, we do.
Statutorily? State law says we have to do
We
that?
went over that at the MASC conference.
We have to approve
approve.
grant applications? Okay, I apologize. That never landed with me, so.
To approve grants and all donations.
Those are incoming.
Yes.
This is
Yeah.
an outbound.
Yeah, but if we were to get, yes, if we were to get one, but generally,
Okay, so back to my original comment, we should be applying for lots of grants, as many as possible, whatever is applicable, right? And I guess that's what I'm getting to, is I want to encourage it, and I don't think that the school committee should in any way, shape, or form be a speed bump unless there's a good reason for us to be.
Thank you.
Mr. Scolambrini.
Just so the public is aware, Laura's correct. The statute, Mass General Law, Chapter 6G, Section 1B, discusses grant applications and duties of the elementary and secondary education school committees, and it includes the approval of grants.
ooh, can I borrow you for like agreements with?
So again, just to clarify,
We have to.
applications of grants or receipts of grants?
It talks about the supervision of grants and applications, so.
So you're interpreting that
I'm not
as-
providing any legal advice.
Well, you're bringing it up.
I am saying that I think we have to do it.
Okay, fair enough.
Any other additional questions or comments?
After the grant ends, will there be an ongoing cost?
There are some very minor consumables. So for example, in 5th grade, for this life science unit, you need to buy some moss and some pill bugs, some plastic cups. I've actually already spoken to the department leader at the high school in the science department. She can actually get us some of those life science things, for free or for some of her resources. So they're very minimal. The idea, when Open SciEd created this, they wanted science to be readily accessible to students, and so it really was created with low budget in mind, which is really terrific.
Do the pill bugs come home with the 5th
No.
graders? Okay.
We'll keep them at school for you. Yeah.
This sounds great, and thank you for going after grants.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for your work on this.
Do you need to vote?
And one other, we have an update on the PRISM grant and some other information relative to that.
So unfortunately, we heard news that we did not receive the PRISM grant, which is unfortunate. However, as you know, we are continuing with some of that foundational work that was outlined in the PRISM grant and brought to our attention as part of the process. And so there is a memo also in your school committee packet about some of the work we're doing on the foundational program for literacy, trying out a couple other foundational components, not an entire curriculum, but just that one area so that it's more aligned with the most recent evidence-based early literacy research.
Thank you. All right, this is an action item.
I make a motion that we approve the application for the grant as proposed.
Second?
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you. The motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is action item town meeting article. So you have that in your folder. So last Friday, January 31st, 2025, Mr. Beardmore requested that Dr. Burnham submit the article below. Friday was the deadline to submit the warrant articles for the May 3rd annual town meeting. Dr. Burnham asked myself, and I concurred that we should submit the subject to the school committee approval at the regular meeting scheduled today. Dr. Burnham advised the interim town manager that we were estimating the cost at $100,000. Dr. Gilson's working to determine if that's a reasonable cost estimate. The language of the warrant article to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from available funds a sum of money necessary to design and prepare a bid, solicitation for rehabilitation, repairs, and upgrades of the track and field complex at Lunenburg Middle High School, or take any other action relative thereto. So I'll open it up to discussion.
Could I offer just a little bit more context on this?
Thank you.
The request for department level moneyed articles by a date in January is a new practice in Lunenburg. This isn't something that our previous town manager had requested. We have had an ongoing conversation about the track and field complex. I know most of you are reasonably familiar with what's going on there. My hope had been that, and I think we've discussed this in a meeting, that we would have an article at town meeting that would include potentially a debt exclusion or a regular borrowing article, either or, specific to address the whole project. And that would potentially also include a plan for additional revenue in the form of a cell phone tower or a solar array. Unfortunately, it's not feasible even within the traditional timeline for warrant articles to have an article ready for that. I remain hopeful that we will have one for special town meeting. But what this will potentially do is give us a head start. And if we can get this work done, we would actually be bid ready going into the request for funding for the whole project. We would have a better idea of what it's going to cost, because this would include that level of service. And we would be able to offer the town at that time a more complete view of what we are looking to achieve and potentially some revenue offsets. So this basically gives the project a head start. Over the course of the last several weeks, myself and the superintendent and the interim town manager discussed a number of different scenarios, one including funding this project with the free cash. And that is my working thought right now in terms of how this would happen. In the last view that I got in my capacity as capital planning committee chair from the interim town manager, there's about $500,000 of unassigned free cash currently. Now, the interim town manager believes that we should be rolling over free cash, so there's something to consider there, and we have not yet had the full conversation with the new permanent town manager in terms of how this does or doesn't fall within her fiscal philosophy. So at this point, I view this as a placeholder while we get a number on the actual cost of what this service would cost, as well as a more complete discussion with the town manager and the finance committee in terms of the feasibility of how this gets funded.
Any other additional questions or comments?
Do you feel $100,000 is a reasonable estimate, or is that just a placeholder number?
It's a placeholder number in my mind right now. I think it could be $50,000 less or $50,000 more, because I really don't have that level of expertise. I don't know. The way I am working this in my head is that I think the total project cost is somewhere between $1.5 and $2.5 million. And that $100,000 is derived as 5% of that $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
And the number can be put in later for the article?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Sarah Shambo?
Yeah, I would just comment that I know from the amount of time I've spent listening to FinCom that the more precise you can make your plan and to prepare a bid, the better off you are to have luck in seeing it through. That when we prepare things in all town departments right now, everything comes in over. No matter what you do, it comes in over. Everybody thinks they have a good result. So I think this is probably a very smart thing to do, to have this at the town meeting and say, we want solidly to know what we're walking into. Because if you don't do it this way, the number's going to be wrong, no matter what you do. And we have to do something with the track and field. So I have no problem with this.
I think the only concern that I have is the concern that we're having budget issues, and now this is going to go 100,000 ask. So I think that could cause some concern for the public, but it doesn't stop me from supporting this article, because we need to keep looking at long-term planning as well. As a committee, just to kind of guide us, I feel like we're going to need a motion to either approve or not approve this this article to go into the warrant.
Can I just offer one additional piece here? Just to emphasize, we're at the beginning of a budget season here, and there's going to be a lot of water to flow under the bridge between now and the end of February, or end of March, excuse me. A warrant article is just literally words it's a placeholder at town meeting. It is, we are not even, we could offer to pass over this. And I would certainly not rule out that scenario given the exact concerns that you just outlined, Mr. Chair. We just don't know how that's all going to shake out over the course of the next couple of months. But I think we would be making a mistake to not put this placeholder in there for the eventuality that this, ultimately proves out to make
I would agree.
more sense
I think
than
we've
not.
seen articles get passed over
Yeah.
often in different town meetings.
I'm okay with it as a placeholder, but if the price gets any more, then I would withdraw support of it.
I think we could revisit it and put another motion on the table to withdraw, potentially. All right, I'm still looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the warrant for town meeting.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Thank you, the motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is a discussion on FY26, FY28 unaffiliated salary schedule.
So I provided you a document that, that runs some numbers for you. Last year, based on uncertainty relative to the fiscal outlook, we only approved the salary schedule increase for the current fiscal year. In the past, we have brought in a recommendation for a 3-year period. We don't have to do anything with this evening. You can take a look at the numbers, and if you would like data on different percentages, you could send that information to me via email, and I can run some numbers and provide you some additional data. You can also let me know, or maybe even have some discussion tonight, as to whether or not you want to continue to do a 1 year at a time approval, or if you want to return to a 3-year approval. Keep in mind that the staff that are under this salary schedule largely are the staff of the extended day program, which is self-sustaining, so this is not a budgetary impact. This would be salaries paid from that revolving account.
Yeah, I need more information because it's not reflected on here where the budget, where the money is coming from for this. So
It always comes from the extended day revolving account.
for every one of these positions,
I think with the exception maybe of one.
greenhouse assistant,
We don't have one.
You don't have that?
okay, it's on here, though. So,
That would be if we filled the position.
okay,
If we don't fill it, it doesn't get filled.
but every other position on here, cafeteria monitors, is coming out of extended?
We don't have cafeteria monitors. The only other position that's listed on that is the CODA.
Okay, and what
That's
is?
one person.
What is CODA?
Certified.
Certified to work under the direction of an OT.
Oh, okay.
So in other words, rather than having two OTs in the district, we have an OT and a CODA.
And that comes out of the school budget?
Yeah.
Okay.
What does red circled mean?
That's a really good question.
I wondered that too.
That goes back some period of time, and I don't have the answer for that.
Okay. We should probably delete it then.
Yep.
So the CODA is a certified occupational therapy aid.
Yeah.
Right. We would not be able to have one if we did not have an OT under whom they could work.
And so this has no budgetary impact.
With the exception of that one position.
Okay.
And that one position is factored in at that rate at this moment anyway.
When would we need to make a decision on this?
It's not urgent. We could delay it, and as I said, we could decide that you want to just, again, approve 1 year at a time versus a 3-year salary schedule. And I'm happy to run other COLAs and get you the data on those.
Mr. Scolambrini?
What's the drawback to doing it 3 years at a time?
There's no drawback. I think last year, the committee, myself, we were a little concerned about the fiscal outlook, and
But if this
decided that we were expiring under the old salary schedule a year ago, so to continue forward, we just approved a 1-year increase.
Any other discussion?
You don't anticipate any major changes in either of these programs over the next 3 years? If it's paid mostly if they're paid from extended day revolving and school lunch program revolving, we don't see any drastic changes to what's going on there.
No, I don't see any significant changes.
Right.
Keeping in mind, too, that we do have a hard time
Getting people.
So I guess that advantages, benefits here, right? Like, does this contribute to retention by doing a 3-year, or is it negligible? And then my other question would be, if we approve this, are we contractually bound to this? Or if we decide to zero it next year, like, is there anything preventing us from doing that? Because these are these contracted positions?
The only position connected with extended day that is a contract is the director. Essentially, these are employees at will. There are a few connected to the program that have been with the program many years. I imagine for them, it would be reassuring to see multiple years mapped out. But I don't think if you chose to approve a 1-year, that would have a negative impact.
And just for I don't know if you stipulated this, but for the benefit of those not looking at the document we're looking at, the proposal is for a 4% increase in 2025, a 3% increase in 2026, and a 3% increase in 2027. So these are extremely modest and at or slightly below what we have agreed to in other contracts.
So it is a discussion. We do have a lot of more items on the agenda. I think if you have feedback, give it to Dr. Burnham, and we can bring it up at a later date for an action item. If there's no other comment, we'll continue with the agenda. The next item on the agenda is action item for new legislation. So you have a couple things in your folder. There is
Didn't the legislative calendar close?
Yeah, so we're talking about legislation. Yeah. So there's a memo from, an email from the, communication from the Massachusetts Association of Regional Schools regarding the 211 project. So we received notification and communication from Julie Kelly, research analyst with the Massachusetts Association of Regional Schools, working with the 211, the representative group that Representative Scarsdale is working with. They did recommend some bills that were filed.
Were any of our representatives' names on any of these bills that were highlighted?
You could look up the bills and
I
see who
did.
the co-sponsors are.
I know the answer to the question.
Yeah.
It's no.
Yeah, I think what happens is usually they add on.
Oh, I looked on the
co-sponsors
add-ons,
as
the
they go.
co-sponsors. It's no. The answer is no.
So that would be a good
Yeah.
thing to reach out to your
Representative
legislators that-
Scarsdale's name is not on any of them. Representative Kuchmarik's name is not on them, and Senator Cronin's name is not on any of them.
So what I'd like to do is go through the bills, and then we can discuss, and there's also an additional letter, and we can talk about the resolutions later tonight, too. But for Chapter 70 funding, Senator Jason Lewis, he had filed Bill SD 1912, an act to ensure adequate and equitable funding for public education. Bill SD 1237, an act increasing the Commonwealth share of education foundation budget. They highlighted the idea that these critical bills establish commission to review the formula and change the 59-41 local state split for Chapter 78. These were the two most important and most influential for Lunenburg. Additionally, they mentioned rural schools, which I believe Lunenburg does not qualify. And then regional transportation bills were listed here, again, because this group is 211 and a lot of them are regional.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Not to pile on, but to pile on a little. The commission that is outlined under the Chapter 70 heading, my understanding is that the bills would form a commission which would read out in August of 2027. Let that sink in a little bit. During my public comment, I referred to a meeting we had in November of 2023. August of 2027
June 30th, 2027.
will bring us, will bring us through 3 more budget cycles and 8 months after the next legislative election.
So looking at the bills and this message, it was concerning to me as well. So I ended up drafting a letter because I felt like the resolutions, they do something, but I feel like a letter is more important. So I drafted a letter hoping that we could send it to local legislators, state legislators, and even the governor and our local
Do they not
delegation as
know?
well.
Like, do our local legislators not know at this point? I mean,
what?
do they not know what we're facing? Like, we keep sending letters.
Well, again, we're presenting the budget tonight, so
It-
it's a continuation. So again, it is a committee, so I don't know if there's interest in sending a letter to the delegation, if there's other action items that we want to put forward. Mr. Scolambrini?
I think that one of the things that's hard for us to understand is just how slow the wheels of government turn. And it's frustrating. But I think that if we give up and we're frustrated and then give up, that, all that means is it's one less nail for the hammer to hit. And I think that we have to be persistent and we have to keep saying it over and over again. And I think your letter does a really good job of that. I mean, in particular, the quote about the time for another study is past. The study is already visible in the form of the news about override school closings and budget cuts throughout our districts. I think we've got to do this. I think that it's not just another letter. It means that we essentially stay in the queue in terms of our issues and their priorities. The minute we go silent is the minute that we fall out of line and we have to get to the back of the line and start this process all over again. So, even though it is a long time, we've got to think about things in terms of a long-term strategic plan. And we've got to understand that in the short term, we got to solve this problem ourselves. Like, ain't no one coming. Federal government's not coming. The state government's not coming. We need to fix this problem ourselves. But we should be mindful that having a long-term strategic plan will only help us. So I think that we should send this letter again and just keep banging the drum.
I definitely like your point, number 2. You make good points, and I do like the letter. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated that the governor's budget, again, increased Chapter 70 funding by Lunenburg's cherry sheet. What was it, 1.7%? We're getting an increase in funding, 1.7% increase. That's not enough. So the town is once again having to increase our share per dollar of what we're taking on for schools. So I really like, Brian, the number 2 point, which is allocate a portion of the $1.4 billion in millionaires' tax surplus revenue towards Chapter 70 funding relief, because we were sold on the millionaires' tax. We were sold it's going towards education, and I'm not seeing the money in the budget here. I'm not seeing it, and I would have loved to see it, but it's not going towards what we were told it was going to go to. And that's something people at home can do. Like, you can call your legislator and you can ask for that. You can ask to allocate a portion of the millionaire's tax towards Chapter 70 funding. You can directly ask for that. That's a very good direct ask. We can tell people, call your representative and ask. Call the governor's office and ask. I don't think she's going to care, but you can call and ask.
Mr. Chair, I think a letter is a good idea, and I really appreciate the work that you put into this. And to Laura's point, I think I made this point a couple of weeks ago, but during the governor's State of the State address, she spent darn near half of the first half of the speech talking about the T. She then decided to spike the football on Stewart Health and made no mention whatsoever of Chapter 70 in her speech. As I indicated in the email that you were copied on to our state legislators, I seriously doubt if the governor is aware of this issue. Because if she is, then she's certainly not a priority. So to the extent that this raises awareness, I think that that is a good thing. That being said, I think that in your first paragraph of the letter, you stipulate without immediate intervention in state funding, Lunenburg schools, along with those across the state, will be forced to implement significant cuts, harming students, teachers, families, et cetera. We're about to hear the details of that a little bit later in our agenda. But then item number 3 specifically calls out those 2 bills that would form a committee that would effectively drag the state's feet for the next 2.5 years. And I don't think that I could sign on to that unless we were to stipulate that there's a greater sense of urgency put on the whole thing, and our extreme frustration with the lack of urgency that's been displayed thus far. So, and I trust you to do that. I'd be happy to say, go ahead and do it on our behalf. But I do think that it does need a couple of tweaks in that regard.
I think these bills are new, and I haven't read the entire bill, so I am fine with removing the actual bill numbers, and we can keep it more open. And I think that's the idea too. When you look at even the Student Opportunity Act, that wasn't the first name of the bill. It changed over time and changed over years. So I am fine with removing those bill numbers, but I think the concept should still be there.
But yeah, telling the people at home, if you're upset about what you're hearing tonight, one thing you can do is start calling.
And my thought is send this all the way to the governor, but maybe even send it to the local districts around us, the surrounding districts, and give them some ideas. Because it can't be just us.
Agreed.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I don't think it's going to do as much as we want it to do, and I think we need to get.
So if everyone's okay with that, with the revision of taking away the bills and revising that, I'll send it out, unless there's any objections.
I think it's important, as Anthony said, to keep pushing.
Yeah.
And anything we can do to keep pushing so that the heat doesn't come off is important.
Thank you.
I think when politicians say they support schools, ask them what they've actually done. I think that we have a lot of politicians who say, I support the schools, but look at what they're voting for and what they're sponsoring when they say they support the schools.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is a discussion on the Kids Kingdom Playground. So the interim town manager had reached out that the senior center was going to be expanding their parking lot and looking to move the Kids Kingdom over so that they could squeeze in the parking lot. So they wanted to run it by the school committee for their
Have we
opinion,
figured out who
approval.
owns the property or the?
Yes.
Well, so again, this discussion has gone on for a long time.
I
but
know.
It is all town
Have
property.
they-
It is not the
Okay.
school's property. It is the town's.
Can
But
we wait
They
until
want
the-
everyone to be on board.
Can we wait until the Turkey Hill study comes back and we figure out the future of that parcel? If we're going to need it for a school?
For me, I would not want to wait. I would want to approve the senior center having their parking lot.
Are they going to
It's-
pay
it's-
for upgrades to Kids Kingdom? Are we going to upgrade Kids Kingdom, or how's that going to
They
work?
just want to shift it over.
Are they going to move it?
We can't pay to move it. We have no money.
No one
They're
has
not
indicated
expecting
to
us
me
to-
that they're expecting us to move it.
We have not heard that we're
We
expecting.
are expected to maintain it and repair it.
Is this a good time to transfer ownership of that to the town?
Do you want to talk about the lawn?
The lawn?
The
Oh,
the-
yes,
The
okay.
area?
I thought we
The
were covering
maintenance.
that with the last item on the agenda. The interim town manager had some conversation with me relative to the move out of TC Passios, because they're looking to essentially close off the entire back end of the building. So we mapped out a timeline, and I agreed that we would move the extended day out of the building no later than July 15th, and that the rest of the offices would be moved out no later than August 1st. He also became aware that facilities on the town side didn't have a ride-on lawnmower, and he asked if we would continue to mow the lawn around that property for one more year.
So that is also a discussion point as well.
So the senior center, the adult activity center, parking, is a very long-standing issue. And it has been in front of the capital planning committee. This is my third year on the capital planning committee, and it's been in front of us every single year. And every year, the plan has been a little bit different in terms of the completeness and the details associated with that plan. But the need
Oh, yeah.
is undeniable. During the most recent capital planning session, when this issue came up, within the context of moving extended day out of Turkey Hill, one of the ideas that was brought up was that there are people who go to the adult activity center who park in what I refer to as the mezzanine parking lot, which is the space between the teen center parking lot and the Eagle House parking lot. And the ramp that runs from one to the other is not ADA compliant. It was built many years ago. It's deteriorating. It's not really conducive to people with mobility issues. And I suggested that if we don't need to have that Kids Kingdom facility at the location and there's no benefit from an extended day perspective, perhaps we would consider moving it up the hill in closer proximity to the teen center, and that would provide a clearer area around the senior center that does not have any risk of a potential traffic issue in very close proximity to that facility. I don't know to what extent that possibility has been explored. The other issue that I am frankly very concerned about, and Laura just brought this up, is there may come a point where the town decides to put a new elementary school on the current footprint of the TC Passios building. And were that to occur, if you consider the available space that existed for the TC Passios building when I was a student there, it included that full property where Kids Kingdom sits right now, and it also included the entire property that the library is currently on. And over the years, the school department donated that space, the library space, to the town to facilitate the building of the library. And at the time, it was expected that TC Passios would eventually be vacated, and it was. The long and short of it is that we are dealing with more potential encroachment on, regardless of what the property lines say, is the 55-acre campus. And I just think that needs to be a discussion, or perhaps a special committee that includes a subcommittee of the school committee and a subcommittee of the Council on Aging, to kind of figure this out, right? And actually come up with a plan. Because sitting here today, I'm very concerned about the parking issue. I think we've got to solve that parking issue. But this has been a tennis game with pickleball rackets. It's just, we're not doing it right. And I think if we're going to do this right, we got to do it right. Because
We need a more cohesive downtown plan once we know what's happening, what would happen on Memorial Drive. I don't want to just move Kids Kingdom somewhere and then decide next year, oh, you know what, we're actually going to put something else there.
Mr. Scullenbrady?
So I think all of these things are great, but that's not what's in front of us. I think what's in front of us is whether or not we give permission for them to move Kids Kingdom right now. Whether there's a plan later on, that's an issue for the town. And so I would be in favor of giving them permission to do this right now. I think, number one, we build some comity with other organizations in town. Number two, if we wait to do something until a plan has been realized and put into motion, in the town of Lunenburg, that means nothing will ever get done. We just got, the
It's
perfect
4
is
months.
good.
It's,
So, we should just get going. The other thing is, we have bigger fish to fry than what happens with Kids Kingdom. And then finally, I would like to give Peter kudos on the metaphor using pickleball. There we go.
You're welcome. Yeah, I think we disagree on this. nobody's making more real estate. And I think we got to be really careful about it. And
It's 3 months to we.
given where we are, this proposal was brought forth by an interim town manager. I don't even know to what extent this thing was handed over.
So I guess in the interest of moving along in the agenda, can we have the superintendent reach out to the town manager and say there is definitely some disagreement within the school committee, and we are not ready to take action at this moment?
I'd like to offer, and I would be happy to volunteer, that we organize a discussion between the school committee or a school committee representative, the council on aging or a council on aging representative, and the town facilities director,
And the library.
and potentially
The library.
the library,
A lot of library users
to,
go over and use the.
to hammer this out and to bring forth a proposal that is fully baked.
I'm okay with that. Can you add that to your discussion with the town manager?
Yeah, I definitely think the library is going to want to be a part of that too, because this is library space too.
And with all due respect, having just gone through this 3 years in a row, I can tell you that the capital planning committee is not the right forum to figure this out.
Right.
Yeah. And if we need a vote, if she needs a vote, we can bring it back and have an action item if needed.
Okay.
All right, thank you, everyone. Moving on, next item on the agenda is old business action item, the assessment report.
You have the report following the mid-year benchmark assessment, iReady. If you have any questions, you can forward them to me, and I will get you an answer.
Any questions or comments about the assessment report? Ms. Archambault?
I can comment. I appreciate the work in figuring all of this out and how all of this works. We have spent a lot of time on figuring out what is green and what is yellow and what is red. So we have a pretty good understanding, I believe, of what we're looking at. And, it looks like everything's going in the right direction for the most part. And I assume that you will be on top of it, and we'll find out at the end of the year.
Can you just, Dr. Burnham, can you highlight the programs that are, or Ms. Bookus?
Yeah,
which programs
I'll
were
invite
used in
Dr.
this?
Bookus to the podium.
Or programs that cost the district funding?
So the assessments that we're using?
Yes.
You're referencing. So in this report, we reference USNS, which is the Universal Number Screener for Number Sense, and that's K through 5. What's in right now, we're working with grades 1 and 2. You can see the results. Right now, there's no cost to the district for that. It's a pencil and paper assessment at interview style.
Thank you.
DIBBLS is the early literacy screener that's used K through 3. Again, there's no cost to the district right now for that. That is a pencil and paper screener. We are looking at potentially using a digital form next year. That might be able to be paid for out of one of the grants. It takes a little bit of the subjectivity out of the screening, and also helps educators use the data in a more meaningful and actionable way, so the information isn't siloed in spreadsheets. iReady is the other assessment that is in your report, and that we do pay for. That is in grades K through 8, and that is a substantial cost to the district.
Thank you. Any other additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none, this is an action item.
Just to accept the report.
Motion to accept the mid-year assessment report.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is an action item on the LHS Program of Studies.
At the last regular meeting of the school committee, you had an opportunity to review the program of studies for the high school. I had asked anybody that had any questions relative to anything in that document to send questions my way. I didn't receive any. That said, it is possible to delay a vote on this, but I would suggest that we really do need to vote to approve this no later than our next regularly scheduled meeting on February 26th, so that the high school can proceed with their registration process.
Ms. Archambault?
I know that we had talked briefly and about the idea of bringing something forward, waiting the next session and voting on it at the following session. And to me, the strong reason to do that and to continue to do that is because if someone in the public has a concern, as well as us, but if somebody in the public has a concern about something we have discussed, they can get that concern to you. Have you heard anything from anyone in the public?
We have not. I don't know if Mr. Santry has not either.
Okay.
No, but I do appreciate that process. I remember when I wasn't on the committee and they mentioned something and then they just voted after and there was never a chance for public comment. I think it is important to have. Mr. Beardmore?
I did actually ask some procedural questions associated with this earlier this week. And the direct question that I asked is, if we approve this, are we bound to it? And the answer was no, and there are examples in here of classes that are listed that we didn't offer this year. That being said, we are about to hear a proposal that is going to reduce the size of our teaching staff, if approved. And I believe that, and I'm certainly anxious, I think is the right word, to hear about the effects of some of those cuts and what the potential downstream effects are going to be in our ability to offer some of these classes, class size issues, and so on and so forth. We offer a lot of half-credit classes. We offer a lot of classes that I'm told are low density. We don't have a lot of kids in those classes, and I think one of the potential outcomes that I at least am going to want to talk about and explore is what are we doing creatively with the schedule to get the absolute most out of the blocks that we do offer, which means potentially putting more kids in classes that are currently seeing a lower enrollment. None of that is obviously reflected in this document. It can't be, and I understand that. But the effect of approving this document is that we go into a registration process that high school kids go through every year and are putting down on their choices classes that are less likely to occur next year than they were this year. And we are potentially creating redundant work, more complexity downstream. When they thought they were going to get this thing, it's not being run. We now have to put more kids in this class because we're not offering that thing. And while we are in a period of uncertainty, that is potentially leading to more and not necessarily necessary disruption. Now, I understand that if we were to delay, we're delaying a process that they've already planned for. And I recognize the disruption to the administration and the expectations of families, but I'm just wondering if in this year, it may make sense to tap the brakes on this and get through the budget process, understand the ramifications to the schedule and what can and can't be offered, and then approve a document that looks more like reality, whatever that reality is going to be, than the current document.
Dr. Burnham or Mr. Santry, I don't know if you want to address the
I'll invite Mr.
concerns.
Santry to the microphone.
Good evening, thank you. I just wanted to remind you that the high school, like Mr. Beardmore said, is student-based through student choice. So we are providing you with the LHS Program of Studies, which is a catalog of courses where students can sign up for them. I don't feel that not approving the LHS Program of Studies or reducing those choices is going to put us in any better position in terms of staffing. I mean, those choices happen with a guidance counselor, and they happen with numbers of courses. So if we did have someone sign up, you know, that is part of the process where, oh, we're not running this course, let's take this course. So I don't think we have reduced at the Program of Studies, because if we did have a course that ran 25 or 26, I would try to figure out how to run that course, because we have a student-driven course offering. Does that make sense?
I completely understand the philosophy, Mr. Santry. I'm concerned that this year, the student-driven aspect of this may put us on a path that is not as efficient as looking at it more holistically. And I don't want to get into the details of any particular area, because I don't want to step on my tongue again this week, in all sincerity. But I just feel like this is putting the cart before the horse. And I understand the process that we've gone through historically, and I understand the timeline and how important that is to you. And I'm just one vote on the school committee, so if we decide to go with it, we go with it. But I just have a hard time saying these are all the options when we know that it's really a subset of the options. And it's probably a substantially lesser subset than what we were capable of offering in the past. And I just have reservations about doing it this way.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Ms. Archambault?
I understand what Mr. Beardmore is saying, and kids get disappointed when they don't get their classes. Having lived through that a while ago, I imagine that hasn't changed. I think kids still don't get all their classes regardless of what our economic situation is. If, Mr. Santry, if you feel that kids can be prepped to understand that some classes may not be available, and to perhaps have alternatives in mind, then I'd be okay with doing it. But I totally get what Mr. Beardmore is saying, because if we know the buffet is not going to go for 6 tables long, then let's have a more realistic menu.
No, I understand and appreciate your viewpoint. I think that if we don't get the numbers on what student choice and what their courses may be, sometimes we can be creative with what a teacher can teach. So if it is a section that we have a lot of students signing up for, maybe I reassign a teacher to teach that section. So I would hate to restrict the choices without the students actually having that process. Yeah, there's going to be some disappointment with the amount of courses we may be able to offer. But first, I would like to see what that choice is with the students, and I think it starts there, and I don't think it starts with reducing our program of studies.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other additional comments, questions?
I hear Peter's concern a lot, and I think we are tripping over ourselves before we get to the budget decision, which is why I am also loath to vote on this right now before we have the budget decision. If we can wait until, it's very awkward voting on this right now before we have the budget decision. It's like telling a kid we're going to go to a place with 100 flavors of ice cream, and then you walk in and there's 20 flavors of ice cream. But
Can Could I just offer an example? Just, this is what I have in my mind, which is we offer a lot of AP classes. We've talked about this, and I understand the reasons why we do that. Some of them it's a much more expansive offering than we offered, I think, 10 or 15 years ago. And, in a perfect world, I think that that's good. We may be in a situation where we can't offer all of the AP classes that we're currently offering. And as a result of that, I don't want to go into a specific subject area, but where we previously offered 2, we might offer 1. Slightly different classes, but, both AP level classes in that discipline, and now we offer 1. And a student who really wanted to take that and had their head around it, now it's either not available because of scheduling issues, or it's not available just because we can't afford to offer it anymore. And I just wonder, are we causing more disruption than necessary by doing it that way?
So I would answer that with, how do I know which AP course to
That's what I
run
was
if
gonna
I
say.
don't have students signing up for that course?
Yeah.
So if I have 2 AP courses and we have 20 in one and 4 in another, that makes that choice a lot easier, and I'm using data to make that choice.
Thank you, Mr. Sandri.
That's,
I think we're ready for a
that was
motion.
my thought. I can make a motion to approve the high school course of study.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstain?
I'm going to just abstain.
All right, the motion passes 3 to 1,
Thank you.
with 1 abstention. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is action item facilities and grounds report.
You have a report in your folder. I don't know if anyone has any questions, but I'll invite Dr. Gilson to the microphone.
Okay, I would like to ask for your authorization to move forward with the final 2 parts to the primary school security system upgrades and Turkey Hill upgrades. And I was able to work with the contractor for the doors, because not all, apparently our designer had called for full replacement of not only doors, but door frames. Our recommendation from our architects that are working on the Turkey Hill ADA study said, you should be not replacing door frames. That will decrease a little bit the cost of the project. So I rewalked, and I rewalked the whole project, looked at every single door, evaluated the frames, and many were salvageable. So I was able to basically bring the cost down to a better price, which would allow me to capture 5 doors and then just replace 1 frame, which is really rusted out. So we'll make a move, like if with your authorization, I can complete with the remaining funds. There's both projects will total about $324,798. I have about $325,000, so I'd like to offer both contracts for the door project and for the security system upgrades for Turkey Hill and the primary school.
Where's that number?
So, a couple things.
What?
If we can go through just the facilities report first, and then
Sure.
we can address the
Okay.
capital projects,
Yep.
the contracts.
Yep.
So were there any questions about the facilities report? Just the current progress so far?
Well, right now, I'm looking for the numbers she was saying.
They're right in here. If you look at number 1, if you look at, I'd like to replace doors 1, 2, 3, 5, and 10,
Right.
along with a complete replacement of the door frame for door 10. So the base price for that is $189,982. Does everyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good. And then if you go down to security system upgrades for Turkey Hill and Lunenburg Primary School, they both have together, they have a base price of $134,816. Does everybody see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so if you add those two together, the total cost is about $324,798. I don't have that written down,
okay.
but that's what I have. And so I would like to authorize, there are two different contractors. I would like to authorize the contract for the doors to proceed at $189.92, and then another contract to proceed for $134,816.
What
Okay?
questions do the committee members have? Mr. Beardmore?
I have no problem approving this, but I'm trying to figure out what the
Yep.
downstream effect is and what we're not doing. So as I look at
Yeah.
the doors, I see doors listed as doors, I'm assuming 1 through 10. Does
Yep.
this mean that door 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are not being addressed?
That's correct. There were 14 doors total that our designer advocated around the exterior around the whole exterior of the school. The total cost to replace all of those doors, because they are custom doors, was far exceeded what we have in budget. And so in trying to maximize dollars, what we tried to look at is what were the doors that were most used in the school building, and where did we actually have trouble actually consistently locking the doors, which is a major
So
security.
you're prioritizing
Yeah.
based on the severity of the issue?
Yes,
with the door.
correct.
So let me just
Yep.
get to the chase here.
Yep.
So you mentioned 14 doors, not 10. So I counted
Right,
on my
no, no.
hand.
There are more doors beyond what is, the doors are specifically numbered.
I get it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just going to the logical conclusion here that there are now 9 doors that we are not touching. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you expect that we are going to put in a request next year to deal with those 9 doors? Or are we going to live with
Right.
9 old doors?
There are a couple of different ways that we're looking into potentially adding to the phases to replace all of the doors. So part of that might be looking at the MMBSA accelerated repair project. One of the contractors also sent me a security grant that we might be able to go after. And so I'm looking at.
So we need to explore those.
Oh, yeah, we do. We need to explore those. So I don't have anything definite other than the knowledge that we have in the capital funds, $325,000. And I can either sit on this and hope that some more money is going to fall.
No, we're not sitting on it, but I do have one additional question.
Yeah.
So, and I think this came up in a previous meeting, and I think you answered it, but I don't recall the answer. We have we're doing security system upgrades, and I seem to recall that part of the security system was interlaced with the doors, like their
Yes,
contact or
correct.
contactless things that show when the doors open, and it'll,
Yeah.
Is the security system extensible so that when we go from old doors to new doors, that we don't have to go and?
We're going to do those at the same time. The major security system will go at door number 1, which is like a double pane on entry into Turkey Hill. The other entrance is like the door number 10. That's where all of the custodians enter, and there is a swipe card system there. So we are going to, both contractors have been working together, and so they will coordinate that for us. And the primary school, the security system is already, they're just going to upgrade that one.
Okay, so you got a little bit ahead of me when it came to contactless entry cards, but I want to go back to the 9 doors that we're not touching.
Right.
Because those doors are still going to have sensors on them. Are we going to incur a substantial cost when we eventually take out those doors and put in new ones to bring forward or to retrofit them to the security system that we will now have in place?
Right. I understand that we should be able to work with the new security system, and I do not think we will be incurring a substantial cost.
Okay.
Okay? So we're going to just, like, if, with your authorization and understanding of this fact.
And I'm for this. I want to get the facts down. So,
Yeah,
yep.
I understand that. So I would like to move beyond, like to get past the start gate. These are the final two projects that we've been doing, and everything else has moved across to be either completed or like the ADA process, that will be completed and they're moving along successfully. Okay?
I have other questions on the facilities report, but we can.
Okay.
Keep going.
You can
Yeah,
keep
keep going.
going.
Okay.
That's fine.
I just want to make sure, this is back to the Warren issue, but here it's covered in the facilities report.
Yeah.
There are two aspects of this. One is what I refer to as the hill, which was substantively the part that Collins' organization looked at, and then there's the field and the track. And the number that we need to go for town meeting to do the bidding is going to include both. Are you soliciting to figure out?
Yes, I have walked the turf field as of like just last Monday. I had people come over from turf field. They are working on an actual quote. I talked to somebody that I do know, and they have looked at to decrease the cost. I'm not sure how that will work. We are part of a national consortium, which I also learned, which we can buy materials, and then we can price out materials, and then we can also price out installation. I have also communicated with Collins Engineering, and I'm waiting for their reply on how much the estimated bid that we would need to solicit, how much we
Okay.
should put it out for.
All right.
So that's in process.
Okay, I'm good.
Any other additional questions on the report? So we get two items here. We have the facilities and ground report that needs to be approved, and then we have the capital projects contracts action item. So I would look for a motion to approve the facilities and grounds report.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. And then next, we will do the capital projects contracts
Okay.
and make those motions.
All right.
I move to award the contracts as Dr. Gilson has outlined.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is action item on competency determination.
At our January 22nd meeting, you had an overview of the need to create a district competency determination since the MCAS has been eliminated as a competency determination. If everyone's okay with it, we can move now to approve.
Any discussion?
We are approving the competency determination that is, the document is called Action E, OB Action E. Is that the document we're looking at?
OB Action E copy of competency determination.
Which is the same document that we had at the last meeting.
Yeah.
And this would be,
And this is due to the replacement of MCAS.
is this a policy that we're adopting, or?
It's not a policy. It's just making clear for all the students, particularly for those who move into the district, what would be required in order to attain this competency determination.
This is the state requiring us to do this because the MCAS is no longer the determination for high school graduation.
My thought is this is probably a pretty temporary thing, because they keep bringing up that they're going to put something in place at the state level.
They're forming a committee, actually,
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, so of course, that means 2027 or 2028?
Yeah,
I mean, who knows?
right? But we still have to do this for
But I am perfectly
the
okay with
requirements of the
this as
state.
written.
Didn't the program of studies just define the competency?
It did,
Basically, it's the same.
but this, we want a separate approval
Okay.
of this as the competency determination.
Okay.
Just for the state. This is basically to say, hey, this is what we're doing.
Okay.
Separate document.
Who wrote this? Is this from the lawyer?
No,
This is from the state?
nope.
Okay.
This is the combined effort of Dr. Bookus and Mr. Santry and his leadership team at the high school.
So does this go into our handbooks, but this is not officially policy?
It is not school committee policy.
What is it then?
Yeah.
Just
I'm-
the
It's-
documents.
So the way we talk about it is big P policy and little p policy.
Okay?
You have some policies that are school committee written policy that have to go through 3 reads before they can be adopted with revisions, right? And then you have policies that are in practice at the school level that would be part of other documents, like the handbook. But it's not a policy that would require 3 reads in order to have it changed.
Okay, but at the end of the day, this is binding. This is what it requires for a kid to graduate from Lunenburg.
And we could change it too.
But it is policy.
How? When?
It is not going to be school committee policy.
No, it's,
I don't see why we care what it's called. Call it, like Farfignugan or whatever. I think that we should just vote on this so that the 50 people that are watching.
You can make a motion, Mr.
Yes,
Scullenbreeder.
I'll make a motion to approve the competency determination as it is stated.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Yeah. I'm going to be a no on this, and I just want to explain why. And this goes back to our conversation last week and the discussions that happened during public comment today. And I understand the campaign that occurred back in the fall around MCAS. The curriculum is the curriculum and the requirements are the requirements, but ultimately, this is landing on a teacher's assessment. I have not had the benefit of understanding or seeing the empirical requirements that the teacher is saying this is the standard that they're meeting. And it could be just because I don't fully understand, and I'm perfectly happy to admit that, but I don't understand it. It has not been adequately explained to me, other than teachers are professionals and it's their job to do the assessment. I need more than that, and I don't have it right now.
Any other discussion?
If this were not to pass this evening, is that a problem?
Yes.
That we could get Mr. Beardmore more information? It has to be done.
It does not have to be done this evening, but if we do not adopt
Oh, yeah, we have to
competency
adopt it.
determination,
Yeah.
I'll have Dr. Bookus and Mr. Santry come.
And also, as chair, I would say that we would we would recommend adjustments, and then this could come up again if the motion did not pass. Mr. Santry?
As I reported out 2 weeks ago, the competency determination used to be MCAS, and it was state-driven for 21 years. November 5th, we've been required to create something along with every other district. We worked through it. We went by the guidelines that we were provided. The state isn't even requesting the information that Dr. Beardmore is at this point. They're asking for us to create a competency determination. We have actually done a walkthrough for the standards of what MCAS was assessing, and then did a walkthrough with our department heads on what standards that we are teaching, and that is how we know at this point the competency determination I feel I am able to recommend, but I'll ask Dr. Bookus to talk a little bit more.
Sure. Certainly during one of our meetings with the department leaders, the leadership team, two of the decision-making principles that we wanted to make sure that our decision was guided by. One was to ensure rigorous coursework and assessments to make sure that we were continuing that rigor. The other was that students should have multiple opportunities to meet the CD requirements, with the understanding that students develop, learn, grow at different rates and for different reasons, right? So in thinking about the process, we have our own internal process laid out. So department leaders, of course, as part of their role, are always responsible for course and unit standards alignment with the state frameworks, as well as the assessment for student learning. So what we did was we took the MCAS standards, because we can go into Edwin, which is the platform that the state uses. We can take a look to see the 2023 MCAS for those 3 subject areas. We know exactly what standards were assessed that year. That's what we were guided by the state. We then asked the department leaders to then, with their course units and outlines and curriculum maps that they already have, to, in a chart, to take the standards and show us where it's being taught and how it's being assessed, each one of those different standards. They did a crosswalk of the skills, the competencies, and knowledge, when it's taught, where it's taught, how it's taught. Tim and I are then meeting with each department leader to review that, to make sure that we have a full understanding of that document that they've created. So that is how we know that it is aligned with those MCAS standards and that it is being taught in each of those courses that are required for the competency determination.
Thank you. I have a follow-up that may aid in the committee's decision. In the past, if a student had failed the MCAS and they got the same grades as their peers in their classes, like C's, or of students who actually passed the MCAS, would they be allowed to graduate? Would they be able to get a waiver?
If they had failed the
If they had failed the MCAS, but they had gotten similar scores in their courses,
they'd be given the opportunity to take a retest.
and if they continued to fail the
If they
MCAS?
Plan.
They would go on, if they scored within a certain range, they would go on an EEP plan, that I think is what you're talking about, as long as they passed the coursework through 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, they would be eligible for graduation.
Thank you.
I'm ready to vote.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Looks like there's no more discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Abstain? The motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is action item on the superintendent search. So on Monday, the screening committee met, and both myself and Ms. Archambault are on the 12-person screening committee. And the screening committee made a motion, and the chair of the screening committee, myself, wrote a letter to the Lunenburg School Committee. So I'm going to read that and open it up for discussion. So, dear members of the Lunenburg School Committee, I am writing to update you on the Superintendent Screening Committee's process and progress. At our first meeting, Monday, February 4th, 2025, the committee engaged in a thoughtful discussion about the hiring process and unanimously voted on a motion that prior to reviewing the internal applicants, the screening committee, in fairness, transparency, and consistency with the hiring of other town executive positions, requests the school committee to include both internal and external candidates in a concurrent process. This request was made in the interest of fairness, transparency, and consistency with how other key executive positions in town, such as the town manager, police chief, DPW, and council on aging directors, have been hired. The goal is to ensure a comprehensive and equitable process that best serves the needs of the district and the community. I want to emphasize that this discussion and decision were made prior to reviewing any resumes or references. The committee's recommendation is based on the process considerations and is in no way a reflection on any of the individual candidates. We deeply appreciate the leadership and dedication shown within the Lunenburg Public Schools and recognize the importance of a thorough and inclusive selection process. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the Lunenburg Public Schools. Again, Brian Leighton, Superintendent Screening Committee Chair. So this is what the, and Carol, if you want to add anything, feel free to add.
Actually, we were talking about dates and times and when to do what. And one of the committee members said, I really have to ask, why aren't we doing this the other way, including exterior, is that the right word?
External.
External, thank you. External candidates as well as internal candidates. And very quickly, there was, across the room, and nobody had looked at anything, but there was across the room agreement that that is what the committee wanted, that they felt that the pool would be stronger and that whoever is chosen, whether it be an internal candidate or an external candidate, would then have a greater amount of authority because they had been chosen from a larger pool. So that was how it went. And
So I want to open it up to discussion for the committee members. So I also am going to put my school committee hat back on and say that we're still in charge. Like, this is our search. This is the school committee search. And the screening committee did this, and we can do whatever we want based off of what they said. So just to give you some options, we could say thanks, but no thanks, get back to work and continue our process of what we wanted, which is screen these candidates and bring us a recommendation of these candidates, and we can continue the process. We could also ignore the screening committee's recommendation and have their work be done, and we can continue the process and finish the internal search. We could also take their recommendation into consideration and open an external search or a concurrent search. And we could also do anything else we want. I did reach out to the MASC, and they stated that as well, that we could do anything we wanted. We could hire Mr. Archambault as the superintendent tonight. Like, we can do anything we want in this process. It is completely up to us.
he is not certified. Would not be good, no.
And I did reach out to a attorney, got a written statement so that we had that in our folder too, just to make sure that we are covered legally if we decide to switch gears, that the committee members know that we are legally able to switch gears and open it up externally if we chose to do so. Mr. Scullambrini?
I think that having gone through the qualifications of everybody on the screening committee, they know way more about this process than I do, and I think that the fact that there are 12 of them and that they all know more than I do, I would defer to their decision to open it up to external candidates, especially because it was unanimous. If there was the dissent and the dissent had good principled reasons for dissenting, then I'd be like, oh, well, let's think about it. But if we have the discretion to do this, and it was the will of the subcommittee to do this on a unanimous basis, then I can't see how more candidates would make the search worse.
Thank you. Ms. Brzezowski?
At this point, I'd like for us to either retain MASC, or do we have to put it out to bid?
I think, again, this is an action item, so we can decide however we want to do. I did reach out to MASC. Tracy Novick is actually the one who takes the lead on those.
Yeah, I'm excited.
And she said that if we started the process, ASAP, that it would likely finish mid-May.
Okay. She's not available Wednesday nights, so she wouldn't be able to come see us, but she would be available your meeting nights. But I would like...
I briefly talked to her about the process.
Yeah.
And that it was 11,500.
Yep.
If we decided to go that route.
I would like to get professional guidance at this point. So I'm of two minds. I'm relieved because I've wanted to bring in MASC or a professional search firm for a while. So I'm relieved to have professional help. And I understand why the screening committee wanted to do that. But on the other hand, we asked the screening committee to screen candidates, not to tell us how to run the search. So it feels a little disappointing to be told, no, actually, we don't like your process, we're going to do it our own way, which I feel has hurt the trust a little, as far as, to come back and say, no, actually, we don't like the way you value, the instructions you have given us are not the correct instructions, so we're going to go in a different direction. So it has hurt trust a little.
Ms. Archambault?
I just want to comment that it was a very respectful conversation. I understand your point, but there were a lot of people in the room that have done this many times, and they were in agreement that we should be looking both externally and internally.
Yeah,
But
there's a
they
lot of
were
like-minded
very-
people in that room, I am aware, but
Very respectful that it is up to the school committee to decide what they want to do.
I think also that we, as a five-person committee, had a certain idea in mind early on. And I think having that 12-person committee brings actually more diversity than our current committee. And I thought it was eye-opening when they brought up the fact that the town manager was external as well, that the police, and I feel like the police, they actually have an interim, but there's still an interim internal, and they're still doing an external. And I thought that was also a little eye-opening too. And I think they brought more details that I think we missed, that we didn't see. And I think it's a community-driven position, and it's a very important position. And I think they expressed that and showed that it really is a community effort and a community decision. And we see it in every other executive position.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah. Say as much as you want.
I don't really interpret their vote as being a rejection of what we gave them as search criteria. I think it's them providing us with insights that we didn't have before. So I wouldn't view it as like, well, I'm not really sure if we trust them anymore. I think that they're
I'm
just
saying I don't
yes.
trust him. I'm just saying it definitely makes me, it just hurts it a little.
It was, I would say it was outside of their purview.
When-
It was a motion that was not what their purview was trying to do. They were supposed to screen the committee.
But
Mr. Beardmore?
I agree with their decision. It's just, we ask to screen the internal candidates so we can move on
Yeah.
or not, or hire and.
Yeah, and that's why we have to, again, decide what we want to do. Mr. Beardmore?
I'm very conflicted on this, and I honestly don't know where I stand on it. I'm not offended by the decision, but I do think, having served on a number of committees in Lunenburg, that committees try to take a hard look at their charge and execute on their charge. And recommendations on the process was not the charge of this committee. It just wasn't. And so we are now in the position where we're reacting to an action that was outside of the charge of the committee that acted on it. And that's problematic to me, just, again, having served on a lot of committees that interact with other committees in town. That said, I do want this committee to be vested in this process, right? And I do, and ultimately, more importantly than the process, to be vested in the outcome.
Right.
And in that regard, it's clear that there's a conflict here, and so I am conflicted in kind of sorting it out in my own head. I think in this case, I don't even agree with the conclusion, to be very clear. I am still personally vested in the path that we agreed to, because I think that path is well-reasoned. However, I think that it is more important that the community be vested in the outcome. And so I would probably support a change in path here, a change in course, but I agree with Laura, like I am very conflicted over this.
Mr. Scullin-Brini?
I think that if somebody has a better way of doing it, I don't really care what our charge to them was. If they think this is the better way to do it, and they have more experience than we do, then I don't have any personal ownership over the path that we chose. I think that when we talked about it, we thought that was the best way to go, and we've gotten new information, and I think that it would be irresponsible for us to not change our position simply because that was not what they were told to do. You know, if somebody comes up with a better solution, listen to the better solution. And it may not be that the process is better, but what this does is it gives community buy-in to the final product. And I think that's why it's better than what we had proposed.
Thank you. I would agree. If there's no other discussion, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the proposed change in the superintendent search plan as documented by your letter.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. I don't know if we also want to do a motion to take on MASC as, to take the lead on this and hire MASC.
Do we have to put it out to bid because
No.
we can just hire MASC?
Yes.
What?
Then,
Are you sure about that?
because they had to
Who
put it
else
to bid
would you
last
bid
time.
to?
Well,
NEA,
that
yes.
is procurement law, that if
Yeah,
it's over
NEA.
$10,000, you do have to
Okay.
put out a bid, I believe,
They put it
right?
out to bid
Okay.
last time.
Yeah?
Oh, well,
We
then.
did- And we had to do that for the town manager search.
All right,
Okay.
then we need to get started.
Adjust the motion.
I will make a motion to put the superintendent search consultant out to bid.
I
We're
would,
looking for?
I would second that.
Does either Dr. Gilson or Dr. Burnham have an opinion on this? Because I'm not 100% confident in my opinion, to be honest with
I
you.
never did for this, but anyways.
There really aren't too many organizations that do this, and there aren't really any other organizations that candidates who are looking for the opportunity to become a superintendent are looking at. MASC is the one.
There's,
But do we have to leave?
Let me qualify that. There are others, and I can tell you that I have been a party to searches that others have run. They are not well-run, and they largely conduct searches for Connecticut, Maine, New Hampshire, not Massachusetts.
here.
I'm in,
But if-
I'm in complete agreement with everything you just said.
Yep.
My question is for
Invitations for
procurement
quotes.
law compliance.
Well, honestly, we'd have to see if they're on a state bid list. If they're on a state bid list, then we have no issue. If they're not,
Okay, well, I guess we need to know
Susan,
that.
are they on the state bid list?
So we can make this, I think we can make this motion without having to get into the
We
weeds
can-
of it.
I mean,
We
I
could
have here the. from
Authorize.
Thursday, March 1st, 2018, the invitation to bid for recruiting services for Lunenburg Public Schools superintendent search. It's in the superintendent folder.
From who?
From us, from,
Yeah, but what company?
it was the invitation to bid.
Oh, just an
Yeah.
invitation to bid.
I think there may be a way to word this so that we can stay
Yes.
and make sure that our procurement office stays in compliance. Maybe to direct the superintendent to pursue hiring, something like that.
Okay, I'll make a motion to direct the superintendent to appropriately and legally procure a consultant for the superintendent search.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion?
That was good wording.
Thanks. Who's half Peter?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. All right. Moving on, the next item on the agenda is a discussion on the FY26 budget.
and if you're able to screen share, because
Yes.
I'm the host, I am not able to screen share.
I am trying to find it.
It's a PDF. Business discussion
Yeah, here we go.
G.
Ooh. Is it working? Nope. It's all right. Okay.
Here we go. Okay, so at the last regular meeting of the school committee on January 22nd, I did not have a target number from the interim town manager. So what I presented to you was a level service budget. What it would cost us to keep all of the staff we have currently and keep offering all of the programming that we do currently. In that budget, the only other funding source that was incorporated to get that number was our special ed 240 grant. No Title I grant monies had been applied at that point. The increase was in excess of 14%. And again, that factors in a 12% health insurance increase.
No.
Sorry, I'm doing my other job, letting people into the meeting too. Knowing our experience last year with multiple iterations of a budget, I tried to kind of keep this simple. So to recap, the level service budget presented at the last meeting did have special education grant monies that we are anticipating applied to the budget, but no Title I. That number was $28.7 million. Given the executive orders and uncertainty about the impact on our grant funding, if we take a look at a level service budget with no grant money, if we take the applied special ed grant money out, then our level service budget actually increases to $29 million. And again, that's the operating cost to keep all of our staff and all of our programming. Last Wednesday, I received the number from the interim town manager. It was not presented to me as a percentage. I was allocated $680,000, which equates to a 2.6 budget. Okay, if we're looking at the level service budget with no grants applied, that $29 million number, and the town manager's target budget of $25,563,376, then the gap is almost $3.5 million. So once I had the number from the interim town manager, pulled the team together, we looked at this year's numbers for our title grants, and anticipating no reduction in funding, applied funding from the title grants and the special ed grants. We also applied funding from revolving accounts. Previously, as an example, the student activities account would have paid for club advisor stipends, so we applied some money there. The facility revolving account has been used in the past to offset budget costs as well, and extended day. So currently, with extended day located at TC Passios, they are paying a rent to the town. With the move back to our schools, we could use a similar amount of money from the extended day to offset the cost of a part-time custodian, because there will be added work for cleanup with 75 children in the building after school until 5:30. The original level service budget included our recommendation to bump the day-to-day substitute pay from $85 a day to $100 a day. So we bumped that back down to $85 a day. And we looked carefully at expense lines and made some significant reductions there. So we can start with those. We would no longer have iReady K through 8. We would no longer have IXL 6 through 12, VHS 9 through 12. We would not have subscriptions to curriculum resources such as Lively Letters, Codable, Pebble Go, Typing Club, Brain Pop Junior, Mystery Science. We would be reducing the line for purchase of library books, periodicals, including Scholastic News, in every single building. At the upper grades, we'd be looking to reduce phys ed supplies, science supplies, art supplies. At the lower grades, this would impact requests for our STEM program. We would be reducing the funding for our middle school honor roll breakfast. We would be reducing office supply lines and general supply lines. And just so that everybody understands, that's where we pay for our copy paper, markers, highlighters, and such that are used in the classroom. There's some IT purchases that we would not make. We reduced the emergency device replacement line. Turkey Hill was requesting to replace whiteboards and have some money for signs. In that building, every teacher has a name placket outside of their door. So you need to, when you have new teachers come into the building, to be able to purchase their signs. Particularly at Turkey Hill, they were looking to replace broken student chairs and desks. We won't be doing that. The primary school is the only school that doesn't have interactive display in the classroom. 2 years ago, we put touch view screens in all of the Turkey Hill classrooms. They were hoping to purchase one on a mobile stand. That's out. We had hoped to change the host for our website. That's out. We had put some money in the line, anticipating the need to hire help in the move from TCP, but we've gotten some quotes in, so we're able to reduce that a bit. Safer Watch. Currently, the TC Passios campus is incorporated in the coverage zone for our account. But since we won't have anybody there, we can reduce that line a bit. And we've seen that the data from Care Solace this year has dropped off quite a bit. We had some significant numbers consistently month to month last year, but those numbers have dropped down. So we would be looking to no longer offer Care Solace. And with all that cut, we are still nowhere near $3 million in cuts. Because the vast majority of our budget is and always has been in staff. These cuts, I think, for people to look at this list, it's stunning. We will effectively dismantle pretty much everything that we've built over the last 5-6 years, and quite honestly, the district will have less than it had when I arrived here 7 years ago. Overall, the picture is a reduction of 36.5 FTEs. 1.5 FTEs in the secretary, a half FTE, we will no longer have the tutor that we have offering intervention. 13.6 FTEs in general education teachers, 5 FTEs in special education teachers. We will lose one of our 2 BCABAs in the district. That is a position that has been vacant all year. We have been unable to fill it. We will be reducing 10 FTEs in our paraprofessionals group. We will lose 3 FTEs in counselors, and that's a combination of guidance and our clinical staff, which are our social workers or adjustment counselors. And we'll lose 1.9 FTEs in our maintenance and custodial line. When you take a look at how this 36.5 FTE breaks out, 16.2 FTEs are at the pre-K 5 level. 15.4 FTEs are at the 6-12 level. 4.9 FTEs at the district level, and that includes the ACE program. There'll be some reductions there. I did give you a breakdown, school by school, where all these cuts would be. I don't think we need to read through every single one of these, but we can pause for a moment on each slide. All right, so classroom teachers. Currently, we have 5 classes in every grade, K through 5. We would be reducing 1 teacher at every grade. There would be 4 classrooms per grade. And you can see the increase in class size based on current class size. This does not factor in any move-ins. So class sizes are going to be approaching 30. Or over 30 in every grade, K through 5. So our classroom teachers' caseloads are going to increase. So too will our special ed inclusion teachers' caseloads increase. Right now, we have a special education teacher, an inclusion teacher, at every one of our grade levels. We will be reducing by one, and they will pick up additional students from the caseload of the position that's cut. So in other words, right now we have a special education teacher dedicated to kindergarten, one to first grade, one to second grade. One would be lost. And let's say our kindergarten teacher would pick up half of the first grade, and a second grade teacher would pick up the other half of the first grade. It's a much bigger challenge to cut classroom teachers at the middle school based on the middle school model of teaming. And our class sizes at the middle school have always been a bit bigger than our class sizes at the K-5 level. And based on the impact statements we received when we were working on the budget last year, when the department heads were asked what they saw would be the impact if they lost one teacher in their department, for the most part, the responses were that electives would be lost and class average would increase to 21. That's not that there wouldn't be classes in excess of 21, but the average would increase to 21. There is going to be a cut in world language, PE, math, and science at the high school. Initially, we were thinking that that would mean no 8th grade foreign language, but Mr. Santry has been working with the department chair, and we believe that we can maintain that programmatic offering in the 8th grade. There would just be larger class sizes on the high school. Okay. We would be going from 4 social workers in the district, 1 at each school. This is the clinical staff that we have for behavioral health support, to 2. 1 that would support 6-12, and the other that would support pre-K-5. We're losing the guidance counselor at Turkey Hill. We're losing paraprofessionals at Turkey Hill, the middle school, and the high school. I know that I think it was back in late October, early November, when I asked the committee if you had any guidance for us as we anticipated that we would have to make cuts. And I know that the committee said anything that we've looked at last year that we voted not to cut, don't bring it back. But I have. The .2 reduction in music at Turkey Hill is back on the table, as is a .4 reduction in music at the high school, although I am very happy to report that the numbers of students enrolled in music classes at the high school has increased from last year.
Oh, good.
That is good.
Good.
We have currently 3 MTSS intervention teachers. These are the teachers who support those kiddos that are 2 grade levels below or more than their peers. There are 2 currently at the primary school and 1 At the Turkey Hill, all 3 of them would be gone. We would lose the 4th maintenance position. If we're not at TCP, we can cut the part-time custodian that was assigned to TCP. But we're also cutting 2 paraprofessionals in the ACE program. But that was after an analysis of how many students we anticipated in the program. Students age out during the year, so knowing the specific students, what their needs were, and when people would be aging out during the year, we felt that this reduction would be doable. The impact is that the students would not be getting out into the community as often as they are now because there are fewer staff to take them out into the community. So this is what it takes to get to the town manager's target. If the health insurance number comes in higher than 12%, we will be looking to make additional cuts to meet this target. If it comes in a little less, we might be able to restore something. But honestly, running the numbers with percentage changes, I don't foresee a significant enough percentage change in health insurance that would allow us to restore many positions. So if we pivot to talking about, well, what's our needs-based budget? In my professional opinion, we pretty much need everything that we have currently to stay on track for the committee's stated priority objective of student achievement. That said, I talked with the team and asked them, what could we cut and still reasonably get by and still largely maintain what we're doing? So if we look at the level service budget that I presented on the 22nd of January, and we apply the other funding sources, a little bit of revolving account money, title grant money. If we make all of the expense budget cuts that I just reviewed to get to the town manager's target budget, and if we cut 1 MTSS teacher, the part-time custodian at TCP, the 4 student custodians that we typically hire in the summer, still eliminate the maintenance position, reduce 3 paraprofessional positions, eliminate the tutor position, and eliminate the clerks. Those are the other 2 positions. There'd be 1 secretary position reduced at the middle high school, and the part-time clerk at the primary and at the Turkey Hill would be cut. We would put those 2 part-time clerk secretary positions on for cuts, and we would continue status quo with the 1 BCBA position with additional support as needed through contracted service the way we've been handling it this year. If we do that, that's a 10.6% budget increase over the current year. And that would be a difference of $1.9 million to get to the target budget that the town is put on the table. I did have Zoom forums today, at the end of the day, to review all of these cuts with the staff. And please know that any individual whose position is on any of these budgets as a cut, and anyone who may also be impacted due to bumping rights in contracts, our administrators had individual conversations with those people, because none of our employees should find out that their position is being considered for cut in a public meeting. So all of those conversations were had. None of this is good. But the gap is gigantic. Part of the increase is that we have received information of several potential move-ins this year who already have out-of-district placements that we'll have to pick up this year, not budgeted. I have to tell you that the budget, I have to be honest, we're watching carefully. I may be back here telling you that we need to cut positions this year, not to finish the year, so that we land right side up, due to unanticipated, unbudgeted costs. There's a significant increase, and I mentioned this at the last budget presentation. We have to add 3 vans for special education. We're anticipating multiple move-ins with out-of-district placements. That's in the budget. However, we'll continue to monitor those situations. Perhaps, as we get later in the budget cycle, we'll have additional information, and maybe we won't see all of those realized. And then money that's allocated currently in the budgets on a special ed tuition line could be reallocated and some positions restored. But it's dangerous to hedge our bets and go lean on our special ed lines, because those are the lines that blow our budget out of the water when we have unanticipated students moving in to Lunenburg with out-of-district placements.
For the public, can you talk about out-of-district placement and just briefly cover what that means?
That means that we do not have the programming in district to meet the needs of the student. As an example, some students with disabilities are medically fragile. We can't provide an appropriate program in district for them. Those students would go out of district.
And the state requires that we cover that cost?
Yeah, that's not an option. We have to educate the children.
Yep.
That's our legal obligation. And one of the challenges, right, Mr. Schoolambrini asked us to think about, well, how much of our budget are we legally obligated to fund. We are legally obligated to educate the children of Lunenburg. How many teachers does that take legally? I can't tell you. There is no legal requirement on class size. I can't tell you, well, we'll just close the primary school and kids up through second grade can go to school somewhere else. That's not an option. We have to provide an education for the children of Lunenburg. Again, how many teachers does that take? How many of these are not really necessary bonus kinds of positions?
But to my point, when, just so the public understands, the out-of-district placements is when we don't have control over that
We do
line
not.
in the budget. Someone moves into town, or if a student has a need, we have to educate them because that is their right. They have a right to that public education, and the state has put that cost on us up to, what is it, 3 times? There's a, what is it? 4 times what we spend on the average student. And then after that, we are reimbursed the next year up to 75% of the cost over 4 times. So if we spend $16,000 a year educating a student, it's 4 times that. And then whatever we spend over that, we're reimbursed at 75% over that 4 times cost.
A year
But
behind.
it's only the following year. So
The
this year,
following year.
We absorb the whole.
So if someone moves into district, or if, say, 5 kids move into district and need $100,000, that's $500,000, hypothetically, that's $500,000 that get added to our budget, and we don't get reimbursed till the next year, and we would only be reimbursed at 75% of over, and it's not always 75%, it's... Yeah, so that's a state thing, and that's out of our hands, but we have to plan for it, and that involves good fiscal planning. But that's something we have to do because we need to.
Additionally, not factored into this budget yet, we got a communication from Unitil that the rates are going up to 0.27 kilowatt hours charge.
That's not.
And I am still looking to get confirmation that the town is still part of a
Yeah.
municipal agreement and that that rate is actually not going up more than double what it is currently.
We are.
Because that is not in the budget.
I thought we budgeted a
We are. They renewed
16%
it.
increase
They renewed it.
in electric.
We did budget. I can tell you right now that it's looking clearer and clearer that the line for electricity is not going to be sufficient in this year's budget.
Sorry, 50.
I originally put $30,000 more in that line. And the town manager last year, in an email that had the select board chair and the finance committee chair on it, told me that that was excessive and it was not necessary. So I reduced the line. But I shouldn't have reduced the line.
We renewed the municipal aggregation agreement a little less than a year ago, and it was slightly more than it was the year before.
Yeah, I just need
I want to
confirmation
say
of
it's
the
like
rate.
0.12 or 0.13 in that neighborhood, and I believe that we did put the schools on the municipal aggregation.
And that's what the town manager had indicated. She said, you don't need that much money in the line because the rate
Yeah.
is going down.
The problem here is it's not, that is only the power, it is not the transmission. So Unitil has 2 charges, and we're paying Unitil not for the power, but the transmission. And I think what I've gathered from a lot of commentary about electric rates is that everybody is seeing a pretty substantial increase.
Right, so I'm trying to get to the bottom of whether or not we've actually put enough money in the budget line for next year. And it is entirely possible that I'll be back to you next meeting with an increase in that line.
So at this time, I'd like to go through the committee members and elicit some feedback and areas of concern. Mr. Scolambrini?
So, having served on the Budget Task Force, I had a chance to look at finances across the town. And the thing that I keep coming back to is the limiting effects of Prop 2.5. And as long as Prop 2.5 is the law of the land, and inflation is increasing or inflation is rising, we're never going to catch up. And so, like, when people ask, how is this happening year after year? It is because we are not funding municipal governments in the state of Massachusetts at a way that even keeps up with inflation, such that a 2.5% property tax is, in real dollar terms, the same as a budget cut. So if you look at the gap over the last 4 years, Prop 2.5 is outpaced by the rate of inflation by 8.07%. And that means that Dr. Burnham's budget of, plus 10% is actually level funding plus 2.5 or something. It's within that range, so that we can't keep funding the town the way we are, because what we're actually doing in a period of inflation like we have lived through in the last 4 years is that we are reducing what we are paying in real dollar terms. So that's the first thing. The cause of this is not complicated. It is not hidden in the numbers. It is really simple. Our funding does not keep pace with inflation, and until we fix that, we are going to have perennial problems. The second thing that I wanted to make was, I think that it's still unfair that we include health insurance as part of our budget, because we have no ability as the school district to control that cost. And it's different than other uncontrollable costs like utilities, because we don't administer the health plan. It's administered as part of the state or the town's employee group. And so if we were to exclude the health insurance increase, the budget would look much, much better. But it's just robbing Peter to pay Paul in terms of accounting. The town is going to pay for it because it's the town employees and they're the ones that negotiate. The other thing that I would point out about the health insurance cost is that while I do think it is healthy and safe to budget for 12%, last year we budgeted for 10% and it came in at what, like 5 or 6%? So there is a chance that there is some good news. And I think that getting way far ahead of ourselves before we have that number is not useful. It's just like kind of breeding panic. The third point that I would like to make is that I think that unfortunately, the nature of the cuts really do come at the expense of our most vulnerable students. Students that need social work services, students that need education interventions, students that have IEPs and 504 plans. If you look at the 36.5 full-time equivalent positions, 19 of those cuts target or impact students who are most vulnerable. And that represents 52% of the cuts, even though those students represent much smaller than 52% of the student population. They are getting disproportionately hit. And then I also think that we need to be cognizant of the fact that no one is riding to our rescue. This is a Lunenburg problem that will be solved by the town of Lunenburg and the citizens of Lunenburg. We are not getting federal help. That ship sailed in November. We are not getting state help. That ship sailed or has yet to sail and probably won't sail until, years from now. We need to fix this problem. And I think that one of the things that we've got to consider is figuring out how to alleviate the pressures caused by Prop 2.5. In the short term, I think that we need to put everything on the table. Saying to you, don't bring us cuts that we already rejected last year is unfair. I would prefer to see everybody lose a little than the special ed and vulnerable students lose, so much. I think that we have a lot of wants in our budget and that we have not touched, and it does not make any financial or, fairness sense to ignore those positions just because we said no last year. I think everything needs to be on the table. It needs to be an all hands on deck kind of thing. I'd rather, cut a little here from everywhere than have such a huge impact on the special education and neediest students. It seems cruel and unfair that we do something like that, but then we don't consider something like, for example, the $140,000 we've allocated for transportation for athletic events. I'd rather save student athletics at the cost of losing transportation than have this kind of budget that has such a devastating impact on kids that need the most help. We are not doing our due diligence, and we are not acting as fiduciaries for this school district and for our goals of student achievement if we have cuts that so heavily focus in one area.
Thank you. Ms. Archambault?
I had some very similar thoughts to Mr. Schoolambrini. My first one, although I know it will do us no good, I would really like to see exactly how much of a cut is in the total budget when you take out the health insurance. Because the 2.66% that we received, if the police department gets the 2.66% as well, I have no idea what happened there, but they get the 2.66% because they don't deal with the health insurance. We don't. So I'd love to know what that number is. Not that it's going to help anything, because as Tony said, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. I mean, the money's got to come from somewhere. But I think it would illustrate the problem much better. The other thing I wanted to talk about, having spent my 35-year career, and everybody knows where this is going, in early childhood, these kind of class sizes at the early childhood level are killing me. And I cannot, I had two problems with it. One is, well, I have all kinds of problems with all of these cuts, but anyhow, one is that the Secretary of Education, Mr. Tutwiler, whose name I probably don't pronounce correctly, has said that this year DESE is focusing on the needs of grade 1 because that's where the foundation is, and that's where, if you don't catch them there, they're playing catch up all the way through their lives. Increasing class size at grade 1 to me is ridiculous. I mean, I understand why it's proposed, but it doesn't sit well. The other place that bothered me more than the others, they all bother me, was at grade 3. To have at grade 3, when children are, instead of learning to read, they are reading to learn. That is a totally different skill at grade 3. So by having 31, 32 kids in a grade 3 classroom, you are severely limiting those kids for the rest of their lives to understand how to get information from text. That's what starts at grade 3. Putting those huge classes there is a real problem for me. I agree with Tony that the emphasis on special education is a problem. And I also agree that we need to look at everything in this budget. Now, we have placed I don't want to see any kids program get cut. I don't want to see anything anybody is doing get cut. But we have placed the coaches' salaries in our budget necessarily. Our revolving accounts are drying up. The user fees are not enough, and if you increase them too much, the parents can't pay them and the kids can't play. It's a horrible situation. But I don't see anything in this budget that cuts anything athletic. And I could be wrong, I could not, maybe it's there and I don't see it. I think everybody needs to bear part of this burden. If our first graders are doing it, our third graders are doing it, our special education students are doing it, our musicians are doing it, I think everybody has to do it. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Brzezowski?
Yeah, I'm not happy about this. I think that the cuts here are disproportionately affecting the younger grades. I think they're disproportionately affecting the frontline workers. There's not a lot of cuts to administration or district levels. Last year, when you look at the cuts we were proposing last year, there were cuts to vice principals, there were cuts elsewhere, and now we're making cuts to kindergarten, we're making cuts to special ed, we're cutting the MTSS. What are we going to do with the kids who are reading 2 grades below grade level? This is terrifying, and I think this is not good. 32 kids in a class, in a 3rd grade class. I don't even know how that's going to work. And looking at this, I also think that we need to examine whether or not we're going to continue offering this many choices at high schools. I know it has to do with the rankings and accreditation, but at this point, we've got 5 kids in some of the classes at the high school. We have 5 kids in English classes. We've got 7 kids in some of the history classes. Oh, okay, but we've got, now we're going to have 31 to 32 kids in a grade 3 class. I think some balance needs to happen, and I don't think this budget is balanced at all. I don't think it's going to matter, because if you put 32 kids in a grade 3 class, by the time they get to high school, they're not going to care what they're taking in English, because they're not going to care. They're going to take a bunch of study halls, because they'll have had that many kids in grades, and they're not going to care about English class. This is not good. It seems like the most vulnerable students are taking the brunt of it. It seems like our frontline employees are taking the brunt of it. It doesn't seem like the district is taking the brunt of it. I went looking in our folder. I don't have an org chart for the school. There's not one available. I can't see who's working in the district offices. I can't see who's working in the curriculum office. I asked for one last year. I know it's changed since then. I don't have a list of positions. I'd like one. I had talked to Brian, and I thought I was going to get one for this meeting. I had also asked for the expense cuts to the town manager's target budget. There's no cost here. There's no details. It's just a list of things, but there's no prices associated with it, and I would like at least some rough costs, not just list of things. And the same thing with the slides associated with secretaries, tutors, and the positions. I don't need exact salaries of people, and I know that there are health insurance costs associated with that, and it's a difficult thing to figure out because of bumping rates and health insurance. But general rough ideas of costs associated with these positions would make it much easier to contextualize the budget decisions we need to make, because if we want to compare things, we need to know the cost of things. Last year, we didn't have a finance director, so there wasn't as much detail, but this year we do have a budget director, and we have very little detail in this budget.
You do have the budget sheets.
I know, I have them printed out, but it doesn't state.
There's no expenses.
There's these expenses. How much does iReady cost? How much does iExcel cost? How much is Lively Letter? How much is Codables? How much is Pebbles Go? That is not in this budget sheet. And I can go through and I can look at the warrants, but some of the warrants are missing as well. So I actually don't have that information, and as school committee, we should have access to that information. So I need more context for this. And I don't think this is a proportionate budget cut. And I'm disappointed in the town. I'm sorry, Anthony, I'm disappointed in the budget committee. I think that you guys should have gone for an override or a town-wide solution, because the school committee, we can't ask for another override. That can't be on us. And now we are looking at the very least a $1.9 million deficit for a needs-based budget, and I don't see how we can ask for another override this year. And I do want to state that if we hadn't done the override last year, this would be much worse. We would be in a much worse situation with a lot less money, having to make a lot more cuts from a much worse position, already having made cuts. But I really wish the town would would take some leadership and get together and figure something out, because we cannot be the only drivers of this. It can't just be the school saying there's a problem, but we also just can't keep getting 2.6, the bare minimum every year, and getting this done. And my final question is, what are the cost drivers of the increase? What are the main cost drivers of the increases?
Out-of-district tuition, additional special ed transportation, the 7% increase to regular transportation, having to absorb more of the athletic programming costs into the budget, and salary increases.
Health insurance.
And health insurance.
Okay, because like, general ed transportation went up $70,000, special ed transportation $120,000, for a total of less than $200,000 increase. Like, it's all smaller things, they're all just going
They're
up.
cumulative and they add up to big numbers.
Yeah, so there's not just one cost driver, which is, I think, important, because it's not, I think it's important to know, it's not just one thing that we can point to, it's everything went up, nothing went up massively. I mean, the out-of-district placements certainly did.
Athletic transportation went up 254%.
Oh, yeah, and that's another thing, Tony's point about athletic transportation. At this point, why are we paying for student transportation if that means cutting teachers and paras and special educators? I mean, I really think we should put that on the table too, because I'm not sure we're a district that can afford to transport student athletes. If we're not mandated to do it, or if we wanted to start talking about putting busing fees back in as a way to reduce buses, I don't know. I can't, this is too many cuts, and I think we need to put everything on the table. Like, if we could put in a busing fee again and get rid of one bus, that's a $100,000 decrease, and that's a couple paras or a teacher that we could avoid cutting.
Mr. Beardmore?
We got a lot of work to do. I'm not surprised by anything here.
No, me neither.
Just point of information, do we know when the town budget proposal comes out? I mean, I understand we're in a weird position because we have a town manager that started yesterday, but
I met with her this morning, as a matter of fact, and she's presenting a budget next Tuesday.
Yeah.
okay, well, that's good. I mean, I think that that's an important piece of context here that we need to understand, and the effects of health insurance on the rest of the budget and that sort of thing. I echo a lot of Laura's frustration, particularly the Budget Committee issue. We had a select board member who voted against recommending the override last year because we hadn't done a full look at the town's expenses and we hadn't come forward with a holistic plan. And what the Budget Committee brought forth was a whole bunch of recommendations that were chewing at the margins but not addressing the issue. And here we are. And by the way, that select board member sat on that committee. So I don't understand the politics of the Budget Committee. I didn't watch all the meetings, but it certainly fell short of my expectations, considering all of the hoopla around the appointment of that committee. So I am interested in how this sits relative to the rest of the town budget.
Good point.
And I understand and am absolutely willing to give somebody who's in their second day on the job as of today the benefit of the doubt, but not at the expense of the budget in the schools. And I think we've got some serious work to do there to really understand what's going on when it comes to the whole budget, new growth, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Welcome to Lunenburg, Madam Town Manager.
Let's be very clear, and I know you printed out these sheets, and I didn't go into them in detail yet. I think we need to do that over the course of the next couple of weeks. But we were starting last year in a position where most of our contracts put us in the low end of our comp ranges.
Yeah.
And the school committee has settled, I believe, 3 contracts, maybe 4, over the course of the last year and a half, that is aiming to make us less uncompetitive, more competitive, to put us more in line with the comps, such that we are able to recruit qualified people, and we are not suffering the pains of disruption that come when we lose people to better salaries in other districts. It's a matter of remaining competitive. And our unions told us that that's what they wanted. And our unions told us that they knew what the downstream ramifications were. And here we are. So let's not sugarcoat the effect that salaries have on this budget. Our level services budget is, I believe, 14% above our all-in cost last year, and the health insurance estimate is 12%. So to put this all on the backs of the health insurance, the maths aren't mathing, right? Our expenses are much higher for a variety of reasons. A big one of those drivers is salaries. Now, it's not the full 14%. I understand that. Nobody got a 14% raise last year, so don't misquote me, but it is a substantial contributor to the problem. And we knew, clear-eyed, that that was going to happen. Maybe not during the override period last year, but we've settled a couple of contracts since then, and those are decisions that the school committee made.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, to a certain extent, I think we need to live with those. I would like to have a fuller understanding, a more complete understanding, I'm not sure if fuller is a good word, of the ramifications on the high school offerings. Both the current cuts that are proposed and potential future cuts. I have been involved in, I can't tell you how many conversations over the last 3 years about the high school schedule and the complexities of it and singletons and all of these issues. But at the end of the day, my belief is that part of that problem is driven by the extremely diverse offering that we have out there, by the number of electives, by the number of things that aren't in the science department, just biology, chemistry, and physics. And there's things that relate to that in English and social studies and mathematics as well. And when you do that, when you create all of those additional things, it has an effect of creating a more complex schedule. And I'd say this, not having a better solution, but I wonder if we need a relook at our high school offerings, which is one of the reasons why I voted no earlier tonight. I'm not sure that we've tossed the pieces up off the board and said, what if we did something drastically different here? I'm not sure if we've gone through that effort. We offer 4 different kinds of phys ed classes, I believe. I think we're obligated to offer 1. What effect does that have on our numbers and our staffing requirements? So I feel, once again, to reiterate what I said earlier today, I don't feel like I'm getting the feedback from the questions that I'm asking that are leading to very important budget decisions that we need to make. I want to talk about athletics. We have been neglectful in our duties to address the funding issue in athletics. And that is our collective fault, the fault of the superintendent, the fault of the principal, and the fault of the previous finance director. And I give myself some exception because I've been asking those questions for 3 years and I've gotten answers starting this year. That being said, it is not the fault of the parents that we have, or the students that we have been neglectful in this. It looks like over the course of the last several years, fees have contributed about 26% of our total expense package. And this year it's falling below as expenses go up, and it's having an effect on the revolving account. And we are asking our parents and our families, there's a proposal on the table to pay more, going from $250 a season to $325, and there's some discounts after for multiple kids and stuff like that. And we had feedback sessions over the course of the last couple of weeks, and at some point we need to, I would encourage every member of the committee to watch those recordings. They're available on YouTube. But there were a lot of good questions, a lot of very constructive suggestions. But I can tell you that, number one, anecdotally, I know that already these increases are going to cause some students to play fewer sports or no sports at all. I've been told that directly by students and parents at this point. Now to suggest that we are not going to transport for high school sports, you might as well just not run them.
Right.
Because the effect is going to be that our teams are not going to be competitive. Or we should be having a conversation about cutting sports programs and offering fewer options. But I can't imagine doing both, increasing the fees and substantially cutting the offering, particularly when it comes to transportation, which puts a massive burden on families. My kid competes every Wednesday night in a meet that I can't bring him to because I work for a living. And I'm not atypical. So I think we need to be thoughtful about a lot of things, and I think we need to throw up the board and see where the chess pieces land, but I think we need to force ourselves and our administration to be creative and not necessarily let past practice dictate future performance. And back to my first comment, I think we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you. I had some notes. I would agree that central office needs to be looked at. We didn't see anything on this budget presentation on the central office cuts.
Can I get an org chart for next meeting?
Sure, but I can tell you what the org is right now. There's myself.
Okay, no, but can I get like a written one?
Certainly, but for the benefit of everybody watching, there's a director of teaching and learning. There's a director of special services. There's a director of HR and finance. There's one full-time secretary and a part-time secretary that supports special education. There's one that currently is fulfilling probably 85% of all HR function.
Who are they under?
The director of finance and administration.
Okay.
We have one secretary who has taken on all of the facility scheduling, invoicing, and following up on payment. And we, since she has taken that off the plate of the facility director role, we are actually retrieving monies from prior years. She's also registering all students and handling bus transportation.
The secretary who's under the facilities director?
She's not under the facilities director. She's just up at the superintendent's office.
Okay, but she's doing,
No, no.
She's doing a little bit of everything. Here's the problem. We've had this conversation. We had this conversation back in the fall when we were talking about my goals in the strategic plan and looking for more efficiency and cross-training. Everybody wears multiple hats and no one fits cleanly in any one department assignment at central office. There are people who do a little bit of this for this department and a little bit of that for this department. Same is true for my executive assistant. She is not strictly an executive assistant. She handles some HR matters, she handles personnel, course reimbursement to some extent. Everybody is wearing multiple hats. So we can certainly talk about cuts at the central office. We can. If I cut the secretary who's chasing down the money coming into the revolving account, that doesn't help us out very much. If I cut a director of teaching and learning who's chasing down the competitive grants and bringing in the money so that we can enhance the actual instruction that's going on in the classroom, that won't be happening anymore. I can guarantee you that. I can tell you that when I arrived here, there was way too much on the director of special services. She was handling all of the title grants, which is not a special service function. And because she was spread too thin, we didn't have enough follow-up to be sure that the way we wrote the grant, it was actually being executed and collecting the data that we need to report on. That's your director of teaching and learning now. We have 2 specialist coaches. One of them, a certified reading teacher, who is working to help teachers better understand the newest research that's coming out on the science of reading. Both of them can be funded out of the Title I grant. I cannot fund a high school math teacher or a PE teacher or a grade 5 teacher with Title I grant money because of the strings attached to the grants. I have limited scope of what I can spend those monies on. The challenge with cutting anything at central office is we are already so lean and so spread thin that when we cut, I can tell you right now, things absolutely will fall through the cracks. We will not have additional revenues coming in. We will not be able to support teachers as they continue to improve their Tier 1 instruction, whole class instruction. That's the way forward. When you have strong classroom instruction, you have fewer kiddos that need intervention supports. The priority with the little bit of money that we have is to make sure that we can long-term impact by having stronger classroom instruction for all students. We talked about cuts at building administration level, but when you're talking about additional support staff being reduced, and I cannot make $3 million worth of cuts just by cutting administration. It can't happen. Therefore, we do have to cut teachers. Therefore, maybe not all grades, but many grades are going to have class sizes of 30 or 30 plus. That leads to more behavior and more discipline issues. When I arrived here, there was not a dedicated assistant principal. Oftentimes, I'd go to the primary school and have to go around the building to find the principal who was on a radio, getting another radio call to go to a classroom to deal with a behavior issue in the classroom. They would have to retrieve those kiddos from the classroom down to their office. No social worker to work with them, no support staff to work with them. When I came to this district, the teachers at the primary school were ready to rally a no confidence vote in October because I would not just hire a paraprofessional to be one-on-one with that kid who was a behavior issue, and another one for that kid who was a behavior issue. Instead, we looked at a holistic solution to the multifaceted issue at hand. And we have remedied that through professional development, creation of the TLC class, hiring the teacher and a para to support. All of these cuts have a significant impact. If you don't have an assistant principal in the building, that leaves the principal running around with a radio trying to provide support to teachers in a classroom who have someone with disruptive behavior going on. I can cut the assistant principal, but then there's nobody to run to the rescue when the teachers are calling with a behavior issue in their classroom. We talked about how can we make this many cuts, but still have some level of functionality and lack of chaos in the buildings. We talked about it. We talked about, do we put one principal over two assistant principals at the lower level? Does that make sense? Do we go back to the split principal? There were problems with every single iteration. We are going to go backwards. You won't be getting the communication that everybody has been happy with, the improved communication, because the principal is the one who will be doing all of that communication. At the end of the day, after dealing with all those, dealing with the bus issues, because the behavior issues are on the bus too, and then following up on emails back to parents and phone calls back to parents, and then, okay, it's 8 o'clock, I'm going home. And then there's no email follow-up to the teacher about what happened with the situation. Things start to erode. We looked at all of this and tried to think about what cuts can we make without completely losing everything that we have worked to build over the last 6.5 years. None of these decisions are easy, but I can assure you that it wasn't, the superintendent wants to keep her friends working in the, but for the benefit of the viewing audience.
That is not what I said.
That is not it.
No.
We looked at everything, and we considered the consequences of everything.
Thank you, Dr. Burnham. I think it's important for the committee to hear and also for the public to hear.
Can I ask a very
So
out
what I
there-
would like to do is
Can I ask
try
a
to
very-
go through all the members.
Can I ask a very out there
haven't-
suggestion?
So can we go through all the members first, and then we can open it up to additional questions? One thing that I had noted with the increased class sizes at the elementary level, it made me think of school choice and the alarming effect that would have at that lower level. That is very concerning. I did feel like we should reach out to the town manager because she's new to reconsider the percent due to that the healthcare percent is within our budget and not in the other budgets. I think that would be important for her to know if she doesn't know already. I think the facilities position, I think that could be a cost savings in the budget potentially if we divided it into 2 positions and maybe even made it into stipends, just trying to get creative about facilities. And I think it also could help us with hiring as well. I would agree with Laura, Tony, and Carol, who said spread it out more. I think it is a good idea to keep looking at spreading it out more. I agreed with Tony at the beginning that it really is inflationary measures. Hopefully the public is seeing this, that it's not in the line items. It is the inflation with transportation, the special education, the healthcare costs, and salaries and contracts also as an additional burden. The budget committee was discussed. One item for me was, again, the high deductible healthcare plan, the HSA option to staff. I think we should not take that off the table. We should still be looking at doing these options. Maybe it's something reaching out to the town manager to see. It's the little things that we can try to add up and try to make a difference. And we've discussed a lot of those items, which I'm going to hit up a few more. The sports transportation, maybe getting creative with that. But yes, it is concerning that if there was a fee involved with that, it is concerning. We don't want to have to drop numbers in sports. The high school stipend, I thought getting creative with the high school, we had talked, Carol and Laura talked about not affecting the lower grades. I think that is a concern with the increased sizes. Maybe it is reductions at the high school level, but maybe offering stipends in creative ways to try to gain more leadership, gain more help at the high school level, where I feel like stipends can be useful at the high school level. I would agree with Peter that he mentioned we have been neglectful with fees. We had discussed sports fees, which are likely going to be implemented. So people had said sports aren't touched, but they really are going to be touched with increases in fees. I think we haven't officially made the fees increase yet, but I think that's very, very likely that the sports fees are going to increase. But we should also be looking at, which we have in the past, a few meetings, looking at club fees, increasing club fees. And then we haven't met on this or discussed this, but in the past we have, in past years, about rental fees. That rental fees should be evaluated and increased. And these should be long-term plans. I would even recommend that a proposal should likely be a 2 or 3 year plan, whether it's the sports fees, the rental fees, the club fees, that it's spread out maybe in like a 3-year contract type plan where we have to renew this. We have to look at this again after 3 years and look at those fees. Because again, if the fees aren't increasing, it's taking away from the overall budget. I would agree with Tony and Laura too. They mentioned the frontline workers, the concerns of helping those most high-risk students. That is very concerning. The bus fee for regular students, I wouldn't exclude that idea. I think it would need to be more explored about whether we could actually say reduce a bus, if it was realistic that contractually we could save money by reducing a bus, if less people wanted to take a bus because of there was a fee. Because we know there's always lines, people doing drop-off and pick-up. Maybe that's an option. But again, it's just trying to think outside the box and trying to come up with more creative ways. I would also agree with Peter that I think physical education at the high school level should be seriously considered, whether we have physical education or can reduce physical education. And again, I would just end with creative solutions, whether it's really those big categories, like can we get creative with any special education, with any transportation, with any healthcare, and even scheduling, especially at the high school level. And I put down fundraising, but I think fundraising is a challenge, and it just puts more on the parents. It is a very difficult situation we're in, and I think we just try to get creative, try to stay on task, and just keep working as a team. Any additional questions or comments, feedback on the budget presentation? Oh, and for the public, we are going to have a Q&A. I believe that is that next meeting.
Next meeting.
So feel free to come to that meeting as well, so you can be more active in the participation. We will have a public comment at the end of this meeting, so feel free to join in with the public comment whether you're on Zoom or in person.
How many classrooms in the primary school? Like, how many physical classrooms?
Physical or general ed classrooms?
General ed.
General ed, we have 15 general ed classrooms. We have 2 substantially separate.
Do you mind coming up to the microphone, please?
Sorry.
Identify.
Like, how many physical rooms could we fit classes in at the primary?
We have every classroom. We are utilizing every classroom right now. So if there's not a physical classroom, so we have one upstairs that houses the BCBA, second grade special ed, and OT. So it's a multi-purpose room.
Yep.
That could be used as a general classroom, but then now we have to find spaces. The downstairs classroom is our MTSS classroom.
But how many?
Every other room is used as a classroom.
But how many total?
Without looking at the map, I can't quite.
I mean,
I know we
I
have
keep
15 classrooms, 2 preschool classrooms, 2 substantially separate classrooms.
Okay.
Damn, I was right on.
That was, okay. That's impressive. Oh, okay.
And then the 2 rooms that currently could be used as classrooms that are being used as multi-purpose rooms.
So like the art room and the,
Art room is not set, it's an art room, not a classroom, but so we have music.
if we were to move grades from Turkey Hill to the primary, and then move some grades from Turkey Hill to the middle school, and close Turkey Hill, would that ever work? I don't know, but if we could save money if we were only running 2 school buildings. I don't want to, and I'm saying that's a solution.
I think it would be worth exploring.
It might be worth exploring, but you
Please
have to
don't.
think about, I will caution a little bit, art goes on a cart, so it's in the classrooms. Music would go on a cart.
Art's going on a cart at Turkey Hill, isn't it? No? Okay.
Might be next year.
Well, next year, because you guys aren't you guys taking the art room?
Depends on what our staff looks like.
Although maybe you'll have a free room because now we're cramming them out. But I'm
Right, if we cut classroom teachers at the primary, then we have classrooms
And
open
we
up
could-
that we could move.
do you need a principal for pre-K, the pre-K program, if we moved pre-K to Turkey Hill where your offices would be going?
The principal of the building would have to assume that.
Well, like,
Or the director of special services, I suppose, could.
become the principal of,
Pre-K.
It's an interesting idea, but I don't think we should war game it.
anyway, no, I'm just,
Exhausting.
No, but
Can we
I think the
consider-
administration,
Can we-
the
I
the
don't-
superintendent could
I
explore
don't like
that.
the idea, but
in
it
the
just,
budget.
I realized if we're going to have larger,
Yeah, no, this is a gigantic puzzle to try to figure out. And one move impacts a different move.
yeah.
There's, honestly, we wrestled with all of this. It is extraordinarily difficult, but we tried to imagine what it would be like after the cuts. What would the life of the school look and feel like
Yeah.
with these cuts?
And I'm not saying I think that's a good idea, that was just a.
Just an idea.
Exactly.
That isn't.
Right.
Worth exploring. It
But
is worth
but if
exploring.
we were
I love Turkey
to
Hill. It's my favorite.
not cut the classroom K-1-2, we would not have
Wouldn't have-
spaces to move grade 3.
But if the preschool moved out to Turkey Hill,
That'd free up 2 rooms.
oh, that only takes up 2 rooms?
They're different rooms.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pre-K rooms are.
are they different?
Pre-K rooms are different, and the bathrooms that are attached to it,
Yeah, the teens.
Turkey Hill would not be able to,
Utilize.
you would not be able to toilet preschool students, and that's essential to our program.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not just the size, they've got to be in the room.
I don't think we need to workshop it tonight,
No,
but I
it's
think,
just
I think
hard.
I think the Dr. Burnham can explore the opportunity and get back to us.
I mean, abandon it if it's a terrible idea. Don't explore too hard if it's a
Exactly.
terrible idea.
I think that's the idea, right? She'll give us the information that we need to make the decision on the budget. Mr. Scullambrini?
So I just want to say something about how the budget task force process ended up. We were understanding our charge to be things that we could instruct town government to do, and the town government can't do an override. But when Mr. Jeffries asked me, and when I summarized the findings, what I think we need to do, I'll just say it again for the people that, most people didn't watch that meeting. I think we need to pass a town-wide override. And I think that after that, we need to adopt the Community Protection Act. We do not have any other levers as a municipal entity in terms of generating revenue. Because of Prop 2.5, and because of how zealous the state guards its ability to engage in taxation, municipal governments have very few levers, and we are not using the levers we have. We have not, other than the override we did last time, I could only find evidence of 2 other overrides in the modern history of the town. So we're not doing that. And I don't think that we need to do like what Weston does, where they have an override, multiple overrides every year.
Yeah, that's weird.
But I do think we need one more town override that addresses a bunch of different things, not just a building override. And I think that the school override was sort of an emergency stopgap, but we need one more override, and then we need to engage in the process of passing or adopting the Community Protection Act. It is literally the only other lever the state gives us, and we are not using it, even though the things that the town needs to do are covered by the Community Preservation Act funds. It's essentially like, installing a new heating system in your house when there's a rebate and then not turning in the paperwork for the rebate. It is free money we are leaving on the table. It is the only thing we have, and for whatever reason, we've never mustered the 50% plus one person necessary to adopt it. That is the only way forward. There are no other solutions that will have any chance of succeeding in the near term. Like, we thought about recommending that we consolidate into a regional school district. That will not solve our problems in the next 5 years. We thought about proposing changes to state taxation rules. That will not change our fate in the next 5 years. The only thing that we can do is an override and then the CPA.
But that has.
But the budget task force made the recommendation.
Sure.
You made your recommendations.
Yeah.
It's still on the select.
Yeah. I mean,
But we're the ones feeling the brunt of it.
They're feeling a brunt too.
Yeah, we'll find out how much.
All right. I think we've given Dr. Burnham enough to review for the FY26 budget. Are we ready to move on?
Can I just say one last thing? I want to thank everybody who is sitting here in front of us today for doing the hard work of telling people about this. This is not fun work, but if we want to have any sense of credibility with the staff and the teachers that make the school district work, we need to be able to do the hard work. And so I just want to thank Principal Squire, Principal Yvonne, Principal Santry. I want to thank all of you for doing that. That's probably not your favorite job.
I think it was a tough.
Ditto.
Tough day for a lot of people at the school system, and I'm really sorry for that. I'm really sorry for that.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Burnham, and your entire admin team. The work on this is much appreciated. Even though it's hard to hear, it's a lot of work. The next item on the agenda is school committee resolutions. I'll start. My personal opinion is I don't need these resolutions to go out. If we want them to go out, we can. I think I'd rather go with the letter and
Agree.
pass over the resolutions.
I think so as well.
Although the whereases and the heretofores are very fun.
I think it was a good start and then got us to the letter. So, next item on the agenda is new town hall school offices discussion. So, the Lunenburg Municipal Building design is getting closer. They met with the select board last night with the architect. It's progressing, it's getting really close. They're not done. So I think they're still looking for feedback. Select board member Alonzo mentioned how they were going to get rid of the creaking on the first floor, but they never mentioned the creaking on the second floor in the town hall. So little things like that, I think they're still looking for feedback. So again, if Dr. Burnham or her team has additional feedback, but again, it's a work in progress. We're trying to, it's never going to be perfect, but we're going to try to make it better as much as we can. There was some concern about us leaving TCP and going to Turkey Hill, and that citizens would think, oh, well, they're going to Turkey Hill, they'll be fine, they should just stay there and not go to the new town hall and the Ritter building. So I just wanted to address that and have even Dr. Burnham address that in a public meeting, that Turkey Hill is not a good long-term solution, as we may even close the school maybe someday.
Don't look at me like this is on me. Turkey Hill is my favorite of the schools. Do not look at me like that.
So, I don't know, can we start with Dr. Burnham? I just want to get your sense of long-term viability in Turkey Hill.
Without some construction, I don't think it's a long-term solution because the space cannot be separated from the life of the school, the academic wings, right? And central office has public coming in and out. For those who are familiar with the building, we would be looking at rooms in the general vicinity of where the art room is. There is a door to the outside in that corridor, in the stairwell, that we could have staff for central office come and go through there. We could have visitors arrive and come and go through there. The problem is that once you're in that door, you are not isolated to the central office portion of the building because it's wide open to the corridor where all the students' classrooms are. Additionally, we were not looking to subdivide the larger classrooms into smaller spaces by putting up walls and doors and such, because if we ever needed those classrooms as classrooms again, you wouldn't want to be pulling walls down and disturbing the ceiling and destroying the floor, et cetera, et cetera. So we envisioned this as a temporary move, knowing that it may be temporary for 3, 4, or 5 years, maybe, hoping that the municipal building project was going to get some traction. I think if it needed to be a longer-term solution, we need to find a way to isolate the admin office portion of the building from the school, so that if people came into the admin office for a meeting or to conduct other business, they wouldn't be able to access the rest of the building. You can do that in a couple of ways. You could create an exterior door not in the stairwell, directly into the art room potentially. That way people coming in, they can't move beyond that space unless escorted somewhere else. But again, then you're talking about more money in reconstructing the location to make it separate enough from the rest of the building. That's the challenge. And then the ACE program would be located in 2 rooms on the corridor where the kitchen, the cafeteria, and the kitchen are located. And those students would come and go through the door at the end of that hallway. So they would not have to, there is a bathroom in that hallway, they would not have to be in and around the building with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students. Again, it's not ideal.
Any other discussion by the members? Mr. Beardmore?
I brought this up at the last, so a couple of comments. First, and this relates to the budget. I would like to know if there are alternative options for ACE. Because it seems to me that, first of all, it's been publicly stated in the municipal building committee meetings, like that even the space at Ritter, we're kind of contorting ourselves to deal with ACE, and we had an argument about that here a month ago. And I find, like, even in the context of Turkey Hill, if we didn't have to deal with ACE in that space or offer space to ACE in that space, it would make much more sense to put the administrative offices where we're planning to put ACE. And then you would have a separate entrance, and a lot of those issues would go away. And I say that not having a clue if there are alternatives. But there once was a time when what is now known as Keystone Collaborative, which we're a member of, did offer that type of service. And I would just like to understand what those, if it is there and what the costs are. Like the thing about the staffing and the director and all, like, it's very cumbersome. Not that I don't value the service, but fitting it into our sphere of offerings, I think it's just worth an evaluation. That being said, I don't think that the public is going to get confused by this issue. I really don't. I think the public understands what we're doing and why we're doing it and what's going on at TCP and the short-term measure that we're engaged in. I also think that this plan, while not perfect, is a good plan. And as I sit here tonight at 10:10 p.m., I am freezing.
We're still going to have meetings.
And this needs to get done. No, but part of the plan is to deal with some serious systematic problems with this building.
Things still gonna be cool.
And these are problems that we have been kicking the can for more than a generation in Lunenburg, right? I told you guys, my mother was on a committee to deal with this in the 80s.
Yeah.
We have got to deal with this. And it involves the budget. It involves, do you want to go into a townwide override or pass the CPA when you know that you have to do a debt exclusion to deal with this issue, and this is an urgent issue? This is a priority for me, and I above even the budget right now, in all sincerity, because we've got to deal with this to move a whole bunch of other things forward. And I never want to have a conversation about this that those points don't get made.
Thank you. I think that was one of the reasons why I wanted this in a public meeting, so it gets stated. Thank you. Any additional comments?
I'd like to really encourage people to go watch the most recent meeting. The building is beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. I think they've done a really good job of melding old and new. The plans, I think, are great. I love that ACE is now in the big room with a window, the biggest window in the entire building, and a door to the outside. I love that. I also love that not Dr. Burnham's office. That's really weird. The superintendent's office. The superintendent's office is now, it's on the upper level, and it is steps away from the town manager's office. And I think the symbolism of having the school department in town hall is really important, because the school department is part of the town department, and I think it's important to have the two melded. I think the fact that the superintendent can work more closely with the town manager on issues and just stand up and leave the desk and walk a few steps away and collaborate with the town manager and collaborate with other town departments, I think that's really important. And I think it all being in the center of town in one building, I think that's really important. So I'm a big fan of that. And it's a good building. I'm worried about the budget. I am worried that as a parent, I'm looking at this going, you want to put 30 kids in my kid's class, and you also want me to vote to build a $20 million building. I'm having a hard time with that when we aren't funding the schools adequately. But at the same time, I'm probably still going to vote yes on the town hall, because I moved to town 17 years ago, and I've been waiting for this a while. Not as long as Peter's mom, but I am really excited that we've gotten this far. This is as close as we have ever gotten. The plans are great. Every meeting they come back, and I don't know what is with these architects, but they are magical. They listen to the input, and then they just make these small, subtle changes that takes into account the needs of the community in a way that is great. So there's not lots of natural light. It matches the character of Lunenburg. It treats the original building with respect. It creates a nice outdoor space in the center of town. It's nice. So I encourage people to go look at the pictures.
Ms. Archambault?
I don't have a real lot of comments on this. Laura's been waiting 17 years for this. I've been in town 36, and when we moved in, we said something has to be done with the town hall. So, yeah, I definitely support what we're doing there. There's no question, and I do believe anything that is done at Turkey Hill with the superintendent's office is going to be very temporary.
Mr. Scolambrini?
I have no comments.
I would just add that during the presentation, I think it was approximately $22 million for the entire project of the new town hall and
Yep.
the Ritter, and then
Sorry, yeah, that
working on
also
this building.
includes this building, which also needs to get done.
Yes. Also, I invited Michael Ray Jeffries to a future meeting so that he can present and discuss with us, and hopefully in the future we can have a recommendation to the town as well. I think that would be important. All right, seeing no other additional discussion, I will move on to the next item, reports. Mr. Scolambrini?
I'm going to make a motion to table the report so that we can get to public comment, given that we have so many people online.
I would second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is public comment. I'll open it up to public comment to the public, from the public. If you're on Zoom, just please raise your hand, or your virtual hand.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will try to get through this. Today took an emotional toll on the administration at the primary school. The weight of the decisions that lie ahead for our school community was extremely difficult. Today we were tasked with speaking and meeting with 11 dedicated staff members to inform them of the potential impacts of the upcoming staff cuts. Each of these individuals is a valued member of our community, and it's never easy to deliver such news. These conversations are not merely about staffing numbers. They're about real people with families, passions, and commitment to education and the well-being of our students. The decisions we are facing will have a profound effect not only on the lives of their lives, but also on the education of our students that they receive. We ask that as we continue to move through this challenging time, we keep in mind the human element behind these difficult choices. These are not just positions on a chart. They represent individuals whose work and dedication have contributed to the success of our school. The impact of these potential cuts is far-reaching, and I encourage us all to reflect on the personal and professional consequences this has for the staff, their families, and ultimately, the students we serve. Thank you for your continued support and consideration, and I trust that we'll navigate this with care and thoughtfulness.
Thank you. Mr. Laughlin?
Hey, y'all. I think you can hear me okay?
Yes.
TJ Laughlin, 207 Rolling Acres Road. I guess the first big question for me is, I think Peter said it, is the math isn't mathing, which shouldn't be a surprising comment for me at this point, given how I interacted last year 3.5 million is a big number. It's a really big number. I was trying to do some math behind the scenes, right? A 12% health insurance is in the hundreds of thousands, I think. The fee increase for the athletics was in the 40,000 range, which is 1%, I think, of the 3.5 million. And then some other numbers I think you threw out were set. I couldn't tell if these numbers were the numbers. 70,000 for transportation, so like tens of thousands. It takes a lot of tens of thousands to make up millions. So it'd be nice, and I saw last week's presentation naturally, but those are percentages increase relative to the amounts for those line items, but I can't see the absolute numbers. Like, what are the absolute increases? What's causing the 3.5 million? I cannot believe it's inflation. I just can't. So it'd be nice to see those. And the other, sorry, somebody's saying something. But so the other two things that I kind of wanted to mention, I hear, and I started hearing last year about state funding and Chapter 70 and a criticism of Prop 2.5, which are all valid and valid sources of revenue. I can't get out of my head what those mean, right? So like, what are we saying about our town that the only way to survive is to have the state support us and or increase the property tax on the citizen? So if Prop 2.5 wasn't there, we'd say we'd have to be increasing the property tax by a lot every year. And is that a sustainable model moving forward? And the last thing I'll say, I don't know if there's a 3-minute timer like the select board. I'll try to keep it short, obviously, but who's in charge of trying to find other revenue sources? The budget task force last year, exactly as Peter said, was almost going to hold off an override conversation to make sure it made recommendations about whether we need an override. And while they did give suggestions on increasing some revenues, there was no recommendation from that board of for or against an override. So it didn't help us now, didn't help us make a decision. So that's where I'll leave my public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laughlin. Next up, we're going to have Mr. Sullivan, and then after that, Mr. Passios.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Chris Sullivan, 108 Highland Street. I was going to echo what TJ said for starters there regarding the increases. It'd be great to see what those actually are. It is a substantial, $3.5 million is obviously very substantial, and it'd be great to understand and have a greater transparency on what we're looking at as far as, line item, what those increases are. Laura made a point earlier tonight, and it's been probably, 3.5 hours since she made that comment, and it really hit home and hits home even more after we look at budget cuts and so forth. The fact that our elected officials, newly re-elected officials, are not stepping up to the plate, representing and addressing our concerns with any of the bills related to Chapter 70 funding. I appreciate, the sentiment of sending a letter and so forth, but it's continually becoming apparent that our concerns are falling on deaf ears. They're aware of these concerns going into prior election, and here we are now. None of them stepped up to the plate to attach their name to anything that would help address the educational concerns of our town or the towns surrounding the area here that they represent. So I hope people will continue to take that into account as we continue to look forward. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Next up, Mr. Passios, and then Thomas. Mr. Passios?
Troubles, there it is, finally. I'm not sure why, but I've been having trouble manipulating this the last week or so. Dave Passios, formerly of 56 Whiting Street, still a registered voter in town for a little bit longer. I'm going to put, first of all, I'd like to say to Mr. Beardmore that as far as I'm concerned, your comments over the years and that meeting a couple weeks ago, although we get very passionate and sometimes our words don't come out the way we probably intended them to, I don't think there's any need for people like us that are volunteers to apologize if we hurt somebody's feelings a little bit. Pull another tissue and, move on. That's rather blunt, but that's the way I feel after many years of doing, many times what you did in that meeting. Regard to the budget, just one real quick thing, and that is that I think it would be more transparent if someone goes through that list of cuts and somehow differentiates between reallocation of the funds for a position versus showing it as a cut, i.e. the janitor at TCP, a position that hasn't been filled for over a year anyway, so you're not cutting a position, you're moving the dollars somewhere else. I think for transparency purposes, that really needs to be identified separately from the cut of an FTE. And just one other quick comment, too, from my years with Capital Planning and Finance Committee. The standard for engineering and design for a project to be brought to, I'm going to call it shovel-ready, but it doesn't even need to be that, bid-ready, is 10% of the total expected cost of the project. That's where we've been getting in trouble for the past number of years with supposed experts telling us that 5% is enough. It is not. Dr. Gilson, the example that she brought forward of the two projects that you approved this evening, they were not quoted properly because we tend to do that. We get lowball numbers, push them forward, and then lo and behold, we either need to change the project or we need more money. The interim town manager who has just moved on and our new town manager, or I go back to the interim town manager, he insisted on a 10% contingency in the projects that he signed off on in the 6 months that he was here or more. And that proved to be really prudent because in most cases that money was needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Passios. Next up, we have Thomas's.
Thanks for having me, guys. 221 Leominster Road in Lunenburg. I have a son that goes to school at the primary school.
Could you state your name as well, too, please?
Thomas Woodward. I'm at 221 Leominster Road.
Thank you.
Couple of things that Anthony and Carol said that were a little alarming to me is the more, obviously, class sizes going up at the primary school in Turkey Hill. I have a kid that has ADHD, so it's a little bit, gut-wrenching for me. So, like, he's already struggling at that age. So, with making classes harder and then, like, doing stuff like that, as a parent, you struggle on if this was actually the right pick for a town to actually move to, because I moved here 3 years ago. But it's like you worry about your kid's education and you think about it. Is it worth doing this? Is it worth being here while we deal with this crisis? I mean, I know it's probably not big for you guys, but obviously he struggles with sometimes paying attention and stuff, but like stuff like that we have to cut, like, goes a long way with our family, because he comes home, we make sure he does it for an hour a day, in the last 2 years with that, having key codes and stuff, it's actually made him learn a little bit better. His scores went up. He's actually paid attention more. So like stuff like that, when you guys make these decisions, you have to think about the young education and how it is the focal point. And like, it's alarming that some classes in high school only have 5 people, 7 people, or whatever it is. It just doesn't make sense to me in that meaning of, we have such little classes and we use so much more resources on that when the younger generation is kind of our focal point and how they learn. I mean, I wasn't always caring about school myself at a young age, and it shows. It reflects when you get to high school. I mean, someone stated that you might want to do study periods your whole time. It is a true thing when you don't have the focal education. I come from a small town in Everett, Mass, where it's just confusing up here. When I moved up here, is that all these schools down there in rural areas or cities have all this funding, they can build new fields, and I'm like, and I live up here, and I sit here and I think about all these teachers that are gonna lose their job, or teachers that haven't got paid that much. I just want the best for my city. I want the best for this town because it's a beautiful town, it's a special town, but we also want the best for our kids. And sometimes you think, is it worth staying in this town? And what is it worth? I mean, for an example, going to get funding and going to Applewild in Fitchburg, is it worth staying in this town when the education isn't going to be there if we can't fill it? But that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Ms. Noyce?
Hi, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Noyes. I live at 251 Holman Street. And my comment is brief and kind of echoes some statements that were previously made, but just really encouraging a little bit more scrutiny at the middle and high school level. I'm a former higher ed employee, having worked in college admissions, so know a little bit about high school curriculums and or curricula rather, and I would just really encourage taking a look at all those elective courses and seeing what is truly necessary. I have a daughter at Turkey Hill. I have a child who will be in kindergarten this year. We moved to the town 6 months ago, and it's quite alarming to see that so much is going to be put on the backs of our young children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noyce. At this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment from the committee. Ms. Brzezowski.
I do want to assure people, like, most of us on here, we do have kids in the school system. We do understand what the cuts are going to do. And I definitely, like Mr. Woodward's comments especially, I think the worries he was expressing are all worries I personally have had as a parent. Definitely hear the concerns, and I think they're worries, thoughts I've had too. So we are well aware of that, and well aware of the humans and the staff members and the little people and everyone behind this who's affected. So I think we're all very aware of that.
Thank you. Mr. Beardmore?
I just want to end the way I started, and I appreciate everyone's comments tonight. I hope there's more of them in subsequent meetings. Please reach out to Representative Scarsdale, Representative Kushmerek, and Senator Cronin. I will share with the committee my most recent email to them, which was less than complimentary. And I want to encourage members of the public to ask them difficult questions. They will respond to you how hard they're working on this. But the hard work isn't what's needed, it's the results. And we're a long way from results. And I think we need some creative thinking in some of our schools in terms of how we're running programs. I think we need some creative thinking and charting a new course when it comes to how our representatives are approaching Chapter 70. And I'll just give you one tidbit from that email. I believe, and most of the people that I've been speaking with recently believe, that the Student Opportunity Act was a scam perpetrated on towns like Lunenburg. And so too was the millionaire's tax. We've been promised all kinds of things over the course of the last several years and have nothing to show for it. And I, for one, am done with that. And I demand urgent action. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment from the committee? No. So I will start I will have a public comment very similar to the beginning of the meeting. I want to remind, we have a lot of people, over 50 people still here at 10:35 at night. But I want to remind people that on Monday, March 10th, put that in your calendar, at 7 p.m., the Citizens Party Caucus will be at the Middle High School auditorium. This is the opportunity where people can get on the ballot to be on a position on, say, the school committee. The school committee will have 2 available seats at this coming election, and I encourage people to run. I have decided that I will not be running for re-election. I've appreciated the time and the experience, but I have other things that I plan to do, and I will not be running.
Did you decide that tonight during this meeting?
I did not decide tonight. I did decide that I needed to make the decision tonight because at the next meeting I feel like it's too late. I want people to think about it, take the month, and think about whether they want to run for school committee. And I think there's a lot of great candidates out there that could really help the school a lot. And there's a big crowd here.
Can people reach out to you if they have questions?
People can definitely reach out to myself. I'm sure Carol will take people to reach out to her too. So I want to thank everyone, and yeah, that's my public comment. Next item on the agenda is topics for future discussion. Anything else to add?
Should probably put the budget on there.
That'll definitely stay. All right, I'll look for a motion to adjourn at 10:37 p.m.
Motion to adjourn at 10:37 p.m.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
I think I missed bedtime tonight.
You think?